Good afternoon, everybody. Almost in 3 minutes. Is just right before noon on Monday, the 11th of August, and RSBN just ended their broadcast of President Donald Trump announcing Liberation Day, and for our capital, our nation's capital, Washington, D.C., District of Columbia. And they did mention, and I saw it last week, that over 500 federal police and park police had, amongst others, had already been deployed. And when I was down there all last week for the Great American Farmers Market on our National Mall, I saw what you don't usually see, and that was, you don't always see it, we would see it sometimes, but not always, was park police in their fatigue gear. I don't know what else to call it. They had their bulletproof vests and fully outfitted like that, along with, you know, what you would normally see, the park police uniform. So, good afternoon. Hi, Carol. Hi, Beverly. Good morning. Good afternoon. Great to see you. Thank you for coming in. And I wanted to wait until after RSBN was and President Trump was done speaking. But we are on our way to Washington, D.C. right now, to the District of Columbia. Excuse me, because I wanted to show you all some of the areas that I've had to drive through just on a regular basis, going to and from the Capitol. Also for the J6 Vigil when I was supporting that, and you know, the DC jail, gulag, whatever you want to call it, and Freedom Corner are on 18th Street, and 18th Street, maybe 7 blocks, maybe, we'll count them today, is National Guard, right there before you get to JFK Stadium. So I've driven, you know, by the National Guard like hundreds of times at this point, hundreds and hundreds of times, no question about that. Hi, Birdie to Tweet, good to see you. Our emojis in the back. And then also that's the way that I usually would come in and go out when I was going to support the Mickey, and that's Ashley Babbitt's mother, who started a vigil behind the DC jail to help give a voice to the incarcerated January 6th political prisoners, to help bring attention to the fact that her daughter Ashley Babbitt was shot and murdered at the Capitol on January 6th, and the perpetrator, Capitol police officer Michael Byrd, is still walking around with his medals and promotions, and hasn't had to go through even the normal procedure when someone is shot and killed by an officer, Capitol Police or otherwise. So, and also for the other 3 who were killed that day, Roseanne Boylan, Benjamin Phillips, and oh my goodness, somebody help me out. I'm just like, how awful. Kevin Greason. So anyway, going there, I had a few different ways that I could go into DC. Hello, Proud Nana. Great to see you. Please make sure y'all hit that like button. It helps a lot. It helps push this out. We'll get more people in immediately. That's very important. Hit that like button. I try to remember when I go in other people's lives as well. So there's a few different ways that I could go into DC to go over to the DC jail, and one of the, or to go to the Capitol, or the mall. Initially it was the mall, supporting 1776 Restoration Movement's encampment on the National Mall to bring attention to our rights that are being infringed upon during the Biden administration. And so there's a few different ways that you can go. One of the ways will take you New York Avenue, down. We'll get all the streets straight when we get there. Of course, I go by landmarks like many people do. Not the best way to go, or you just trust Wrong Way Wanda in the GPS. And there's a corner. It's kind of like a square. There's even like, it even has like a waterfall fountain on one of the walls. But in that square are people every single day hanging out, smoking weed, doing drugs, selling drugs, grifting, etc. And drive by that all the time. Going into to the Great American Farmers Market this past week. I went by it every time I went in. So it's you know, there's a lot of pockets. Then there's I've shown you all the homeless encampments before, and there are just countless homeless encampments. Some of them, so you know, the encampments I've shown you, some of them are so super. They keep them so clean, and they organize within themselves to keep it extremely clean and safe. You know, they have their own securities and other things, and you know, with this crackdown to make the Capitol beautiful and safe again, more importantly safe, because I do worry about our homeless that are in tents. I'm very concerned for them. You're going to see here probably today, unless they've already moved them on. I'm going to take you New York Avenue, and you're going to see a tent right on the median. Right on the median. And hopefully they're going to clean up these people too, who harass constantly anyone who's conservative, and they're going to stop harassing us and stalking us and defaming us. And you know, I've already got a nice little file at the police station for them, and you know, we have all of their information and everything. So you know, I'm considering sending it all to Janine. Like, seriously. The Attorney General for DC, and let's clean up this mess too, right? So, you know, I shouldn't have to feel like I have to look over my shoulder every time I go into Washington, DC. I should be able to go live and have a live stream, which is a media format and platform. I should be able to do that and feel safe doing that, and not be harassed and not be defamed and stalked. When you repeatedly call somebody like this person is doing right now, you're stalking them. They are stalking me right now. You all are witnessing them calling me repeatedly, and they're stalking and harassing me. That is illegal. It is illegal. And this is what's going to be cracked down on, like, across the board. And I'm so grateful. Now, with the President Trump, so I made a couple of notes before I left, and because I just wanted to touch on these points. President Trump did say at one point that we've already got 500 federal police and park police already deployed. I did see a higher presence, as I said earlier in the broadcast here. That I did absolutely notice that presence. I was grateful for the security that was there for Robert F. Kennedy Jr. especially. I believe that he needs our very high protection, excuse me, for all of the very controversial things that he is doing for our better health, I believe, and our safety and our protection from Big Pharma. So we need him protected. There wasn't the usual checking of baggage. There wasn't a fenced off area. It was open to the public. It was a farmer's market, and they treated it as such. There was private guard there. There were park police and a large presence. Some of them were in those fatigues that I told you about. What is it called? SWAT fatigues, I guess. I don't know. SWAT format, you know, where they had the bulletproof vests, etc. And looked more like, you know, armed guard. SWAT. And hello, Snow, good to see you. And but you know, there's still, it was low profile. And I just, you know, one of the security guards, I said that one of the private security guards, they were wearing kind of a reddish burnt t-shirt, so you can see that in my videos of the Great American Farmers Market. And I said I'm just so grateful for you all, you know, because I feel like security is not the norm. You know, there wasn't bulletproof glass like there was even for what was that festival? And Robert F. Kennedy Jr. spoke while he was running for president. There was bulletproof glass, and it was on the mall as well. So, you know, now he's in the position that he's in, and there wasn't bulletproof glass, etc. So, you know, I was grateful for the presence that was there. But that security guard, when I said something, you know, that I was grateful for his presence, and don't worry, he said there are more of us than you realize. Grateful to hear that. So there were definitely people undercover there, scattered amongst the crowd as well. So I'd rather see that than you know, not. But I'm going to tell y'all, the presidents, not the president, but the precedents of having this deployed National Guard in cleaning up crime, we're definitely going to wind up becoming desensitized to a degree of their constant presence, because you know, but then the president did say that he may not deploy them, you know, unless it's needed. But then we heard that there were going to be more out on the streets, etc., in this coming week. So I'm not sure how they're doing this. So I thought I'd come down here and just show y'all some of the things that I see regularly. And this person is definitely stalking me. I'm going to tell y'all their phone number in just a minute, so you can call them, because they're dumb enough not to block their phone number. All right, so here's the tent, you guys, that I was telling you about, right here on the median. We're on New York Avenue. We're coming right into DC. We just passed the National Arboretum, and this has been here for, you know, a week at least. Someone's sleeping in there, and this person that's harassing me is obviously not concerned about homeless people. And then she sits here. A woman sits here, and she's not a big woman. She's a small woman. She looks fit enough. She doesn't look high to me, and she sits here on this cooler. That's her seat, and I guess that's so let me see, what does this say? Kate, if like sincere Holly spit on me. I don't know what that says. I really don't. So all right, so we're turning left on Bladensburg. I couldn't think of the name of this earlier. So this is New York Avenue on Bladensburg, and you have people. There's the look in the rearview mirror there, sleeping right in the median now. Now there have always been people here seeking money, you know, from the cars that are stopped. Many of them extremely high, and men and women, undernourished. There's another tent over here. And very soon here, we're going to come up on that square that I'm telling y'all about. And these are the things that President Trump is wanting to clean up. And it needs to be. Now, me being a former recovery coach, and also a person in long-term recovery from mostly alcohol, but I did do drugs too, I'm concerned for all of these individuals. I'm concerned. There are services in DC to help people find their recovery and gain their recovery with support. there are 12-step meetings here, and some good ones. I've been to some. And do we need more resources? Absolutely. Absolutely. In my opinion, there can't even be enough recovery resources. But I can tell you what we don't have in Annapolis, Maryland, is enough places for people to go and sleep. A homeless shelter. What they do is a rotating winter relief sheltering in rooms in the churches, and each week it's a different church all around Anne Arundel County. This is the county that I live in Maryland, and it's not always easy. For some of those places are really off the beaten path. Now, this is always a kind of an exciting street. A lot of people hang out, but look at this. You have police right there on the corner in tactical gear. Okay, when I came in the other day, I've seen more police in this area than I ever do. I even took a video of a Greyhound bus being directed out of the gas station that we passed back there, where there's a motel behind it, because I was just so surprised to see police on that corner, that same corner where the tent is in the median. So I was really, really surprised. So we're coming up now on this this corner. This may go fast because I've got to turn here, but there's all kinds of drug deals, drug use, pandering right here in this corner. Always, every day. Every time you go by there. And I have to say, that's fewer people than I normally see there. What was that? Maybe 25 people, 30 people? That was fewer people than I normally see there. You always see people wandering around here in the streets. That's fine. You know, but that corner back there is just always full of people. I want to I'm going to turn around. I'm going to go back through because I want to take you another way now, and show you another area that's been a particularly bad pocket. I have one of a few ways that I come in from Maryland and Annapolis to come into DC, and I'm just kind of showing you, you know, just what I drive by on a regular, and then we're gonna look for more police and park police presence here in a minute. We're also going to go by, hey Lorraine, good to see you. Thank you all so much for coming in. Happy Monday. And we're going to go by the National Guard as well. Excuse my dishes. I grabbed my breakfast and hopped in the car so we could get down here. Oh wow, look at that. Nice. That is one expensive rig right there, y'all. Wow. That was nice. Alright. And yellow. Excuse my dishes. I don't know what to do with it. I forgot the lid for the Tupperware thing. Alright. I'm going to say, I'm kind of repeatedly sorry about that, y'all, but hit that like button. It makes a lot of difference these days. It's always made a difference, but it makes a kind of a bigger difference right now. Things have changed a little bit with YouTube. Not necessarily for the worse. Do you know that there are over 500 new video, etc. published every single minute on YouTube? It's crazy. That's a lot. Anyway. It is the most popular platform still, and it's growing, and more people are watching it on their TVs than any other platform, and so we will continue to use it and just pray for fairness. Alright, we're trying to cut back over here again. So we're taking a look at what President Trump wants to clean up, okay? and what's needed to be cleaned up, and the crime is just out of control here, absolutely out of control. Let's get the air up here. Now, what they're coming out of is a place called Preventative Measures. Community resources. Good to see people using it. And the great thing about like that place is its location. It's so close to where the need is, which is just right over here on this corner that we're about to drive by again. This is the one I just took you by. We're going to drive by it again. That's what President Trump called it, was Liberation Day. He said this is Liberation Day for the District of Columbia. And he's talking about the beautification and making it safe again, or just making it safe. And, you know, this guy right here, he's high already. And how do I know? Because of years and years and years of training and being around it as a recovery coach and also a person in long-term recovery. And he's probably headed over that square to get his next one. So President Trump did declare a public safety emergency for the District of Columbia. And Attorney General Pam Bondi has been placed in charge of the Metropolitan Police. And, oh no, what happened? So here's the corner over here, and I'm sure you just saw the people that were walking across the street. They've seen better days. We pray that they will see better days again. So, and Sal, that's my question too. You know, because like I said, does the District of Columbia need to be made safer and be cleaned up? It absolutely does, along with so many cities in our country. Like, how about Kingston? You know, in Pennsylvania. And that area. So, you know, it's just to name a few. You can go to Haight-Ashbury in San Francisco. You can go to, you know, these are just some of the more famous areas. They're everywhere. Drugs are everywhere. And you know, people want to scream about slavery in the old days. Let's talk about slavery today. You know, let's talk about human trafficking today. It's out of control. It's way more than we've ever had in history, and it needs to be cleaned up. So liberalization from lawlessness, yeah, I like that. So, you know, so it's a lot, y'all. It's yes, we need help, but yes, I am concerned that we don't have the services in place for this immediate purging, for lack of a better word. But you have to start somewhere. You absolutely have to start somewhere. You can't wait for every single piece to be in place before you start something for the better of humanity or for the better of your community. You know, I pray that you know, we'll see. I pray that we'll see people placed in the detox centers, even the maintenance centers. Even, you know, I'd rather see somebody go on you know, methadone or something like that just for the time being until they can get into rehab or you know, establish their plan of action with a recovery coach, which is, you know, part of what I used to do as well, the plan of actions, because they get the chance to survive another day if they're on a maintenance drug. You know, the long term of it has a lot of controversy for sure. I'm not even going to get into my opinions about that, but for the immediate term, I'd rather see somebody do that than get their next one off the street and die. So again, we've already, so I think it's really with Attorney General Pam Bondi being placed in charge of the Metropolitan DC Police. And let me think about which way I want to go here. Let me see. All right, let's go all the way back out this way. Oh, I know where to go. Okay. I haven't gone this way in a little while. There's, our Arboretum is, our National Arboretum here is on the right. Oops. There's this car, it's just been left there. Don't know why. It might have broke down. You'll get off on exits. There's that one exit to go, I guess, what is that there? 295 to get me to 50 when I would be leaving out from the jail, and Freedom Corner. And you had to watch for tires on that on-ramp to the highway. You had to watch for tires and stuff, and it was very narrow and just so much trash. I'll take you on that in a little bit. So no, I don't, Sal. I don't have any intel on that. Maybe I can make some phone calls and report on that later this week. You know, I'm not trying to be all fancy or anything like that, but these are real issues and real questions. Okay, so I would have needed to have gone right back there, which I didn't do. Okay, let's do this. Let's go down here. We'll turn around. So there's the tent right in the median, you guys, and you see a lot of this. You just look over and there's tents. You can go to Georgetown and on the little grassy areas when you're headed to the canal, there's the shopping carts with the tarps and the where somebody's tried to just make some kind of a home for themselves. So what I'm reporting on here is just, what President Trump is talking about and, what the problem is today, and has been, but I'm also discussing and have my concerns about how are we going to do this? How are we going to do this for the better of those people who are in need of services? Not everybody wants drug rehab, etc. They want to smoke their cocaine. They want to do their at this point fentanyl. You just hardly ever even hear about heroin anymore. It's all fentanyl, and they just want to be left alone. And you really you can't legally detain somebody that doesn't want rehab, or it's their choice. I can't tell you how many people. Heck, I revived a man at a Wawa gas station with Narcan, and the EMTs from the ambulance that did show up, because we called 911 while I was reviving him. I had the attendant at the Wawa call 911 while I was giving him the Narcan, and they put him in the ambulance, and when he came to, he signed himself out. He did not want further treatment. He did not want to go to the hospital, which was the next thing. And so they had to make him sign a release. And what happens when you give someone who's on heroin or opioids, etc., Narcan to revive them so that they don't die. I don't know if y'all just saw that big pile of garbage right there on the street. There's all kinds of garbage all along the street here. On the sides here. That's the one thing. You get on a road in DC and you can't turn around for the longest damn time. It's crazy. See all the garbage? There's just tons of garbage everywhere. And they had to sign a release for their liability because he refused further treatment. And when someone's revived from Narcan, what happens is they immediately go into kicks in. So it's like you literally would have to sit on somebody to keep them from going out and getting that next one if they don't want continued care. It's just, you know, that powerful of an addiction. All right. What street did this put me on? I just kind of wanted to turn around. All right. Hopefully I can bring you by where I'm talking about. Hey, Ridgeline. No, not everyone who is homeless is on drugs. That is true. That's my area of expertise, and so I tend to focus on that. There's a lot of mental illness, whether somebody is addicted or not. There's a whole lot of mental illness, of course, in the homeless community, and a lot of times those things are tied in. It's called co-occurring disorders. There aren't a whole lot of people who are addicted that don't have a co-occurring disorder, whether it's just ADHD, PTSD, you know, post-traumatic stress disorder, or maybe a bipolar or a schizophrenic or something. You know, there's always it could be depression. It could be, you know, there's always some kind of a co-occurring disorder when you're dealing with addiction. Was I ever rounded up? Like, was I ever arrested? Yes. But was I ever rounded up because of a cleanup of a city? No. Absolutely not. I was, not bottom of the barrel. We have a barrel, and there's many degrees of that barrel, you know, that we talk about in the addiction world. I think I should have gone right there. I know where I am. Yes, I should have. Oh, how am I going to do this? Let me see. All right, we'll go up to the Exxon and turn around. Let's do that. I was high barrel. I was a serious party girl, but there's no question about it. I am an alcoholic, and I'm recovered. But more than that, I don't really even like calling myself an alcoholic or an addict anymore, because that's not who defines me. I've been saved, and I'm a believer. You know, that's how I define myself. However, when you're in a 12-step meeting of any kind, it's just, don't split hairs. You know, people are there to save their lives. I was there to save my life. And when I'm sitting in an NA meeting, I announce myself, "Hi, I'm Jennifer. I'm an addict." When I'm in an AA meeting, "Hi, I'm Jennifer. I'm an alcoholic." If I feel pressed to say anything, or if I'm called on to speak, you know, don't split hairs in 12-step meetings. People are trying to be alive, you know. So. Look, I'm going to do it again. We're going to go left here. Yeah. Let me see. Maybe I can do it this way. Hang on. I'm trying to get my bearings here. I've gotten turned around. I can do that, but it would turn me the wrong way. New York Avenue, which is also 50.
Got it. New York Avenue Northwest.
It says it's 20 minutes away. That is not true. Although it could be true in DC. You never know. Can I come over? This person just will not move up. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. That's a pretty color. I miss my Subaru sometimes, but I'll never buy another one. Okay. So, rounded up, what's being mentioned here is that people have concerns about what's going to happen with the people who are living in tents. You know, what's going to happen with the people who are hanging out in the corners all day, you know, getting their drugs and pandering, etc. You know, where are they going to go? Not everybody that's pandering on the corner is homeless. You know, we'll go somewhere. You know, they're going to go somewhere. People are not going to just stop. So, you know, what is this going to look like? We do have some organizations, recovery organizations that I've been member of. And, oh God, how does this work? I think I'm in a one-way. I'm not even kidding you. This is so scary. All right, I'm just gonna have to go. I think I just did that all wrong, honestly, but I just don't get that there. I really don't. Okay, we're on the right track again. Okay, so my point there, it took me this way. What in the world? All right. What's over there? Let me see. All right, this is going to sound really bad, but it's the only thing I can think of. Oh, I know what's over there. Denny's near my location.
Sorry, I don't understand.
Of course not, Wanda. Where is she when I need her? I gotta do something with that dish. Let's see. I had, what did I have? I had apple chicken sausage and eggs. It was very good. Probably a little bit of a higher sugar count. It was 5 grams per serving. But still better than I used to be. Alright, let me just see what we got going on here. So we're taking a drive around. See, look at all the garbage, you guys. I mean, this is just one ramp, and I don't know if you guys, can you see all the garbage? This is what President Trump is talking about in cleaning up the city, and it's on every road, every exit, just garbage everywhere, literally. You know, this isn't just about the tents and everything. This is about literally, there's just trash everywhere. Real garbage that belongs in a trash can. Okay. Now what am I on? I just made it worse. Okay, and then I could have just shown you some graffiti. There's graffiti all over these bridges. Do you see all the garbage, y'all? It's absolutely everywhere. I cannot believe I just had to get on 50 again. That is hysterical. Look at this garbage. There's a trash can turned over with all the garbage spilled out. What? Look at this. Look at this. It's everywhere. All right, we're going to get off on Kenilworth. Which is another way that I'll go. So that means we're gonna, now I'm just praying I'm on the ramp the right way. That means we're gonna go by the National Guard. Piles of garbage. See if I'm going the right way or not. RFK Stadium.
Shea Stadium. Let's go. Continue on Maryland 201 north for half a mile.
Yep, we're gonna turn around. Okay. I thought I was going the wrong way. Yeah, that's a lot of garbage, isn't it? Good to see you, Mitt Fury.
In a quarter mile, make a U-turn at 52nd Avenue.
That's why when President Trump said that about how filthy everything was and it needed to be cleaned up, I think during his campaigning still, and Penguin 6, who Andrew's a really nice guy, and he stays pretty neutral, but he took the same route that President Trump took and said he just didn't see it. And I don't even know what he was looking. Look at that. What is that? It's a hospital uniform in the middle of the street. Why? You know? Crazy. That's garbage there that's been smushed down. There's garbage over there. It's everywhere. Absolutely everywhere. So, I appreciate everybody joining me today. Thank you so much for being here. I'm just showing you what President Trump was talking about today in his press release about cleaning up Washington, D.C. We're also going to check out the National Guard and see if we see more of the Park Police presence. And already I told you I saw an officer where you don't normally see them coming into the city.
Continue on Maryland 201 south for half a mile.
Or once you right when you get into the city. Yes, I'm in Washington, D.C. right now. This is I'm on 201 Kenilworth Avenue right now. And I've brought y'all to the Kenilworth Gardens before.
In a quarter mile, use any lane to take the ramp to Maryland 201 south Kenilworth Avenue.
Where they have the giant lily pads and the beautiful lotus blossoms. Kenilworth is another area that has of DC that is very high crime, and people are cautioned to maybe try not to go there, but to keep your head on a swivel when you do. It's garbage, 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 garbage. Do you see it all? Every single exit, you just have garbage lining the exit. Here's a sign for the aquatic gardens that I was just telling you about off of Eastern Avenue. Definitely worth seeing.
Continue for 2 miles.
But for now, keep your head on a swivel. It closes at 4. I would have brought y'all more often. Hey, Lola Steele, good to see you. Of Columbia. I live in Maryland. I live in Annapolis, Maryland. All right, so we are on 201 now, and we're going to head over to the National Guard and
in 2 miles, take the East Capitol Street exit toward downtown Washington.
I don't need her on. I know this way. This was a walkway that was put in, you know, in the last few years, a couple years that I've been coming down here to DC all the time. You know, these walkways that'll help people to walk over the highway or the roads instead of have to navigate through them. I'm so glad that you're here watching this. Yep. We've all been kind of keeping our eye out for the deployment of the National Guard for the last week, and I've been coming down here to go to the Great American Farmers Market, which was really, really neat event. I thought it was great, and prayerfully they're going to do that again next year, and it'll only get bigger. It was a really neat event, and you can see my footage on that if you want to. I put out some shorts and a few longer clips too, video. So this is one of the ways that I would drive in on a regular basis. This garbage here is starting to break down like it would in the sea. If we had sea turtles, they'd probably be eating it. I saved a turtle in my neighborhood today, a little boxer turtle. It was crossing the street. I put him in the neighbor's yard. That's the way he was headed, so I helped him out. He was really cute. See the exit? Going off that exit there? It just seems to be where people throw out a lot of garbage. I don't know why. I don't know why. This might make some people dizzy. Warning. But it's all garbage. Deploy nationwide. Right, so what Trump was saying, if anyone missed it, I was watching ESPN. I waited for it to be over to go live. I was almost to DC by then. And is that the nation's going to look at us, and then hopefully cities will follow suit. But Pete, Secretary of Defense Pete Hegseth said that National Guard would be, people could see the deployment rolling out over this next week. But before that, President Trump said that he didn't know that they would definitely deploy the National Guard, that they would wait and see if it was needed, but he didn't think that it would be. So I got a little bit of conflicting information from Secretary of Defense Pete Hegseth and President Trump. So here's a nice little area over here, you guys. Looks like a flop house situation, maybe. I don't know. Nope. Better than that. Better than that. It's church. Oh, that's great. Oh, that's so great. I'd so much rather see that than people using on the street. But look at the, this is Bethesda New Life Gospel Church. But now look at the fence. If this truck moves. Look at the fence. Right there at their church, and they've got graffiti. Right there on the fence at their church. What does a flop house look like? Well, usually there's people out, you can see them hanging around all outside. It's usually run down. Doesn't always have to be. I don't know, I have to remember, I have to remember that not everybody has the background that I do. And maybe wouldn't recognize a flop house if they saw one. But, like, not everybody's born with street smarts either. You're either born with that kind of logic or you're not. I have it. I was born with it. My sister was not. Although she's done all right. She's lived a more straight and narrow than I have. And I'm happy for her. That's good. So we're just in a little normal traffic. There's always traffic on this road. This is the way I would normally go in on a pretty regular basis, to go into the DC jail, Freedom Corner, to support the vigil. Sal says, the cop in front of me, is that a Smokey? The Dodge in front of me, maybe it is. Look at that chain thing going around there. their license plate, right? That's kind of cool. It looks like the chain bracelets that we see, the monogram chain bracelets that we used to give our boyfriends. That'd be a nice police car to drive around in all day, wouldn't it? So this area, remember driving through the flooding? Right through this part of the road here. This part of the road floods big time. And it's so sad. There was this one area in DC last week, and a 13-year-old boy went down a drain and drowned. They tried so hard to rescue him, and they couldn't do it. It's so awful. Here you got bags in the trees. Plastic bags in the trees. It's absolutely everywhere, you guys, the garbage. So, it's all in the grass. Can you see that? All the garbage in the grass. There's, do you see the graffiti over here? I mean, to me, that just seems like such a random place to put graffiti. You know, but I guess that's sort of the nature of graffiti. All the garbage in the street, in the grass over here. So I kind of want to show you all this because I definitely, you know, there's some aspects of this deployment of the National Guard, etc., that could be scary for. You think about the implications of the future of us becoming desensitized to having more security, more police presence on a regular basis, etc. But when I show you all of the things that I really am hoping to display today, you know, be patient with me as we go from place to place, etc. But I'm praying that this will help put out there in media format. You know, why he is doing this. You know, I pray that we don't see any murders or anything. You know, but those numbers are very easy to look up. You know, if you want to see how horrible and violent the crime is in DC, that's super easy to look up. I'm kind of showing you just like the normal front of it that everybody's kind of gotten too used to seeing on a regular basis. But yeah, Attorney General, this is the exit here. It's just garbage. And I actually watched a man hang or drink or something like that from this limb right here. And that's a way to get something to somebody. And that was happening on a regular basis coming in. Now, would the average person recognize that system? You know, I don't know, but I would see the different cans hanging there, and then I actually saw the guy doing it. You know, they were always different cans, so they get picked up. Crazy. So there's the RFK Stadium right in front of us, and they did just have council meeting to see about new projects for it, and it has been slowly being torn down. It's not as whole as it was when I started coming down here regularly for the vigil, or for 1776 and the vigil. So this is my usual route that I would take to come in. Maybe the tree went shopping. See all the garbage even just along here. So right in front of us is the National Guard, DC National Guard. And here's RFK Stadium. And here's the National Guard. Now, Penguin 6 did come down here last week, and there were National Guard vehicles. See, look, they even have the one of the news channels is sitting out there. That guy's got the most boring job in the world. Trying to see if anything's going to happen at the National Guard today. I'd rather just drive by and show you all other things. So here's 19th Street. Oop. And this 19th Street is what I would drive down coming back from after the vigil to go right on the other side of the National Guard and RFK Jr. Stadium. And I'm going to show y'all how close this is to where the vigil was. We're going to go ahead and go to Freedom Corner. But they have all kinds of events and everything in the RFK parking lots and stuff, and Anacostia Park, which is on the other side here. This is a high school. So here's 18th Street. I'm gonna go left up here at 17th Street, but this is one of their high schools. Sorry, I was zoomed in. And unfortunately, when the kids were getting out of school, I'm coming in, and some of them are hanging out up here, smoking their pot. Not all of them by any means. And then I saw a group of girls ganged up, and they had a fight. And I think I went live, or I did a video. I can't remember which. Probably a video to cover my, CYA. But I just wanted to make sure. I said, y'all all right? Oh, they closed mouth. They don't talk to anybody. Yeah, that was good. So this is how this is the way that I came in most of the time. That's the church there. They're having some kind of an obstacle course with the kids and the bicycles. So again, we're 2 streets up from the National Guard right now. We're running. And at this point, 2 streets that way is the jail. The whole jail grounds is starting, which has all kinds of different services besides just the DC jail. Garbage, 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 garbage. Garbage. And God forbid anybody in these townhomes would want to pick up the garbage on their street. How many times did I pick up garbage in front of those townhomes? Leading down to Freedom Corner, because of all the quite frankly, mostly women that would come with their children and go see their significant others in the jail, and they just throw the garbage right out the door. There was a group of some men too that just took to hanging out there and smoking their pot, and they'd eat crabs and throw out their crabs onto the street. And I used to pick up stuff until I broke my little grabber. I was like, I'm not touching that with my hands. I had my limits. So now, is this part of the beautification where they're cleaning up the street, or was it already planned? I don't know. And yes, I thought too that President Trump was very kind in his addressing his statement about Mayor Bowser, a nice lady. She just couldn't keep up or something like that. No, she's a scumbag. Her and her girlfriend. Excuse my language. Look Look at all this garbage, y'all. So on the left here is the Congressional Cemetery. And a man wearing red leggings. I wore red leggings in high school. I did. They were long johns under my skirt. It was sort of punk. I don't know why they were red. Yes, yeah, people threw chicken bones. That's right. Yeah, they did. Just throwing their junk in there. Dirty diapers. And then they took out the dumpster that was there. I don't know why they did that. And it just got worse. But here's the Congressional Cemetery is on the right. There's the front to it. It's such an interesting place to walk around in, you guys. I highly recommend coming and taking a tour, or supporting their efforts to restore the stones, etc. So straight ahead is Freedom Corner, and this is the street, of course, that we park all along. And we literally came in and set up every single night and broke down and brought all of our garbage with us every single night. And so down to the beginning of it, remember? But they needed to see what was going on, and I do get that. The sidewalk is still a broken mess. We were not hindering anyone's progress from getting down here. What we probably did was save somebody from breaking their neck, because we were there, they wouldn't break, and we navigated that every single night for 906 days. All of us together. So here's the DC jail. That's the building where the men were kept in. And you used to be able to drive through there. You can't do it anymore. We are on Freedom Corner. No, Red Rover, there were not crabs left on Freedom Corner. There were crabs up above that were eaten by people coming here to visit their spouses in the jail or their significant others. They were not a part of the Freedom Corner J6 Vigil. So there's the garbage can that the defamation of character, they put posters of us that they created. Not with our group. See the sidewalk? How it's all. This is stuff that Trump's talking about as well, is making the streets and the sidewalks safe again. You know, from potholes and stuff like that, because that's a safety issue. That is a safety issue. So they lamppost. Are going to stop in DC now. They're absolutely going to stop. We had no justice. We had no recourse that we could take. Anytime we complained to the police or did a police report, it seemed like one of us got arrested. You know, picked up. One of the things also too, which I thought was interesting, is that the no cash bail is going to be done away with. President Trump wants to get away with the no cash bail, because he feels like that's allowing the criminals to get away with. Yeah, I don't know if you guys remember, but there was, you know, a big dumpster that was there, and then they took it out. Probably because the leftist Democrat goons were defacing it and vandalizing it on a regular. I met some of the nicest people that live in these townhomes here. Truly, they were just super, super nice. They stayed neutral, but they appreciated our voicing our First Amendments. They weren't disturbed by the vigil. They just could not have been any nicer. There's only one lady down here on the end that was always smoking her weed that seemed to take issue with us. And then, of course, the Congressional Cemetery took issue with us but tolerated. And we were grateful. I was grateful to have this place. It was kind of a calm before the storm of the vigil sometimes, you know, it was nice. That's a straight up lie, so we're not going to do that today, Hand Banana. That is a straight up lie. I don't know what Tommy did, but I can vouch for myself that never happened. I was extremely respectful of the neighbors in this area, so much so that I helped pick up the garbage and throw it away. So, you're a troll, and why don't you go find something else to do? Okay, so now I'm going to show y'all how close this all is to the National Guard. So we're on the block of this is the jail straight in front of us. Out there is no bail in DC. So, no bail in DC. And so that's one of the things that Trump wants to get rid of. They're working on it because they feel like that's one of the reasons why people commit the crimes, because they know they'll be out in a couple hours. I know for a fact that I heard one of our goons state straight up, you might be able to get me arrested, but I'll be out in a few minutes. And it's true. It's absolutely true. So here's the front of the DC. This is the main entrance where the J6ers, when they were pardoned, should have been able to walk out of, but no, they had to put them in vehicles and drive them blocks away in 16-degree weather with nothing but jail shoes on, which are those rubber shoes, no socks. Some of them had no socks on, but this is the front of the jail. And just to show you how close that is, there's the RFK Stadium. And we know that right across from that is the National Guard, which you can see the roof there. Whoops, sorry. Yeah, Santa did not have to be bailed out, not here in DC. So they're doing something new here. I don't know what. There's the entrance that people would go through to go and visit. And what is this? It says high pressure steam condensate return. What in the world is that? And they've got a crane over here. They're doing something. But also too, on here, can you see this? Do you see the windows and everything? There's broken windows. There's some windows that are open, but there's also some broken windows. The state of that building is what the building looked like before. 3 months before the January 6th were detained there in the building that they were detained in. That building had been shut down, condemned. It wasn't being used, and it was a state of deterioration. But suddenly 3 months before January 6th, they opened it up. Isn't that something? What did they know that we didn't know? What are they doing? dissipate high pressure steam. Interesting. All right, let's go take a look at more of the. Hey there! What y'all doing with the construction? Yeah, is it? Are you getting upgrades?
Oh, I don't know.
Oh, you don't know? You just work here and you don't know? Oh, okay. Somalian. Yeah, I don't know. Gotta love it. Okay. Maybe they're not supposed to talk about it. I don't know. Tree protection area, do not enter. Tree protection area. Restricted area, law enforcement officers only. That's interesting. Tree protection area. What is going on here, y'all? I don't know. I find this a little weird. Okay. The grass was nicer when we used to come down and visit and they didn't have a tree protection area. You remember that? It was all nice and green and stuff in there. What are they doing? Keeping it safe from the construction, I guess. Okay. Remember we used to be able to walk through there, and then Deb and I tried to walk through there when we were waiting for the pardons, and they stopped us on the other side of up the road at Freedom Corner and said, no, you can't cut through there. That's private property. You could actually get arrested for that. After all the times. Not only did we used to cut through there and stuff like that, but AP did all the time too. Like, we all did it. And then some officer I'd never seen before, and she said, no, y'all could be arrested for that. And it's like, can we just cut right back through? We just came through, and they were like, no, you have to go around. It was like 16 degrees, and Debbie and I had to walk all the way around. Crazy. See the boarded up windows? There are other buildings in use here, and there's even sheltering services on the other side. But a lot of these buildings are condemned. And that building that our men were detained in was a closed down building. I don't want to call it condemned because I don't know for sure if that was the category it was put in. But there's the National Guard dome over there, kind of that rounded building roof. But it had not been in use for a very, very long time, until 3 months before January 6th. They opened it up. Nobody was put in it, but they opened it up. They began opening it up. Very, very curious. Okay, so now we're leaving the jail. We're going to turn on 19th Street. Oh, no turn on red. Whoops. Oh, that didn't cost me $100. All right. Here's the metro. And in the evening time, sometimes there's people just hanging out all in front of the escalators down to the metro, and you can smell the weed they're smoking, and just super stinks. There's the elevator. And here's the National Guard. So you can see how close National Guard is to the DC jail, is what that was all about. So now we're going to go to a few more places. I don't know, Sal, why don't you just tell us all about it? I like your name today, Sal. That's funny. Waiting on their bus. you know, like these people that are going to work and stuff and they're using the bus system, I mean, they should feel safe here. Using the metro, they should feel safe. And I don't think people feel real safe in DC for these last years. Oh boy, let's have a sip of coffee. National Guard. Just here standing there. I don't think I've ever seen anybody stand outside National Guard there. It's interesting. This is a parking lot, and you can see, I've shown y'all before where police were staging up for special events. Look at the garbage. They use that parking lot to stage up with the fire trucks, Metro DC Police, Metropolitan. They like to be called Metropolitan DC Police. I don't know why Sarge said they didn't really like the shortened version of it. All right, let's cut up. No, let's go down here and then we'll cut up. That'll be interesting. This is the school over here to the left. George Washington University.
All right, the George Washington University.
I wanted to show y'all that other area, the way that I would come into, where it's just so bad. There's people hanging out behind this McDonald's and this laundromat, and it's just constant chaos. But right now I can't seem to get my bearings straight to wrap my head around getting over there. So we'll do that a little bit. Doug Bertram said something. Doug Burgum said something interesting too, and I can't remember what it was. He's the oversees the National Park Service. Secretary of the Interior, Doug Burgum. He said something. I can't remember what he said. Boy, I sure do like Janine Pirro in the position of U.S. Attorney. I sure do. And boy, is she frustrated with having her hands tied. And I am frustrated for her too. Now, there's always construction. There's always been construction going on in D.C. on a regular basis. Anytime you come into D.C. Let's see. Let me put this on here. George Washington University. You see a lot of this.
George Washington University.
Do you see? The shopping cart with just the stuff and the garbage. See that everywhere. This garbage should not be there next to that fire hydrant.
Southwest on North Carolina Avenue.
Judge Jean, yes, she is.
Head west on Constitution Avenue Northeast.
She is a force to be reckoned with, isn't she? But then, you know, like today I'm showing you the garbage, but most of the time what I show you is the beauty. I mean, I think our nation's capital is amazing. There are so many hidden treasures here. Sorry, I had to turn the fan on to try to keep the phone cool. But it doesn't feel cool at all. I wonder if that's working.
Capital Street Northeast.
But there's always been construction, you know, of some kind or another. You know, there's scaffolding on buildings because a lot of these townhomes and churches, etc., are very old. And we've seen, I've shown y'all in the past, townhomes that were gutted, but not only gutted, everything was removed except for the brick front of it that they were keeping for, I guess, the historical value or the, you know, you got to keep the essence of it, I guess. I don't know. I mean, look at this beautiful garden here. Isn't that pretty? But, you know, this is vandalizing. That's not freedom of speech. That's vandalizing because they put it on a public lamppost paid for by the taxes. This I don't even know what it depicts of President Trump in a gay lollipop. I don't know. And but that's vandalism. And so prayerfully we'll see less of that. You know, it's defamation of character, number one, and then it's vandalism, number two. So
In 600 feet, turn left onto 11th Street Northeast.
but there are so many beautiful areas to come and find in DC.
Turn left onto 11th Street Northeast.
I don't know, sometimes I feel like you could spend a lifetime just finding hidden gems here. You know, like some of the beautiful parks that I've taken y'all to, and in live streams and video. I mean, it is so charming. You know, the outdoor cafes where you can just sit and be woke or be patriotic, whichever you feel like. So I'm not taking any suggestions from anybody as to where to go today because, quite frankly, I don't, I make myself vulnerable to the stalkings of the Goon Squad whenever I go live, and
Continue on 11th Street Northeast.
I'm not trying to get stalked today and harassed. I don't need it. I just flat out don't need it. Beautiful day. Now here's a place called Neighbors. It's got wood where the door should be. Are they just getting a new door, or does somebody break in?
Southeast for half a mile.
Could be either, of course. Some streets are worse than others, but there's just an overall theme of garbage everywhere. Y'all can't maybe see some of these little pieces of garbage that are along this very pretty street. but there's little pieces of garbage everywhere. There's cups, books, papers. And honestly, you know, you can beautify, you can clean up the streets and beautify. Is the National Guard going to be stationed there? Yeah, Allie, I don't know. That's a good question. I really don't know. I don't know where they're going to be deployed to. I would imagine some of the worst areas. But then again, you know, Trump said, you know, only if needed. Secretary of Defense Pete Hegseth said they would start to be rolled out this coming week, and all during the week. And then President Trump said only if needed, as far as National Guard goes. Now they've already deployed, and I mentioned this earlier, and it was mentioned on the press release that the White House press release that over 500 federal police, including Park Police, FBI, etc., were rolled out last week. And I did see the presence of Park Police in their SWAT gear.
In 1,000 feet, turn
Because
right
I don't know the
onto
proper term for it, that's what I'm calling it.
I-95 ramp.
Because that's what it looks like. So, along with, you know, private. Oh my gosh, my eyes are so itchy. Private. There was also secret police for Robert F. Kennedy Jr.
Turn right onto the I-695 west ramp.
So we're just driving around DC, showing y'all what President Trump is talking about and why Washington DC needs beautification, cleaning up, etc. Trash, trash, trash. On every single ramp to get on and off the highways. And I pray they'll clean up that trash that has been stalking us too. If they take away the no cash bail, as Trump called it, you'll see a lot less harassment from the goons, that's for sure. Because they'll have to go to a lot more trouble when they get arrested now that there's less tolerance for their BS here. Yes, Beverly, that would be a good thing. You see our Washington Monument as we come around the corner here. Ooh, something spilled there. Weird. Museum of the Bible. I heard that's really a great museum to go to. It's always cost more than I can afford. That and the Spy Museum. I want to go there too. I think they both be interesting. I love my iced coffee. Thank you all so much for coming along for this journey in our beautiful nation's capital that's going to become more beautiful.
In a quarter mile, take the main avenue exit. Take the main avenue exit, then use the left 2 lanes to take the main avenue ramp.
Exit ramp. Garbage, garbage, garbage. wasn't the Doge employee, wasn't he coming out of an event with his girlfriend when he got assaulted?
Main Avenue Southwest for half a mile.
That's what I thought. See, like you'll always see construction like this going on in DC, you know, but I'm just wondering, are we going to see even more of it? Basin, where you can paddle boat. There's people out on the paddle boats. That's always fun to see. That's a good place to park down there. It's nice and peaceful with big trees when you're walking to events that are over near the Washington Monument, which is right there.
1,000 feet, use the right lane to merge onto Independence Avenue Southwest.
Might have been a restaurant. He makes enough money. I would imagine it was probably a nice restaurant.
Use the right lane to merge onto Independence.
Although you can get some good food that what might not be considered a really nice restaurant. Let's see. Like if y'all haven't tried
17th Street Southwest.
some good down home soul food, if you're in the deep south, you're missing out. If you're watching your figure, you don't want to eat it, but oh man, some of the little teeny restaurants, and oh wow, they don't have the fountains on today. I wonder why they don't have the fountains on today. That's a World War II memorial, which is really a sight to see when the fountains are on, but they are not on. They have the waterfall wall, but that's it. Wow. Huh. So where I'm taking you right now is right near George Washington University, where I went and showed y'all the ceasefire pro-Palestine Hamas supporters and encamped in the university there. And I say Hamas supporters because they were saying from the river to the sea, they were calling for the removal of.
In 1,000 feet,
it was very anti-Semitic, and anyway, the paid protesters not even understand what they were saying. But I showed y'all that. But what I also showed you was the huge tent encampment that was right near there, and we're going to go see right now if it's still there, and then we'll check again in a week or two and see what's still there, what's not. I think it wanted me to go left here, even though I can't see my map.
In a quarter mile, use the right lane to turn slightly right to stay on East Street Northwest.
There we go. The American Institute of Architects is over there on the right. Yes, that was the tourist area, Allie. That was the National Mall area and Tidal Basin area on the Washington Monument end. So, let's see. I'm going to move it over. She didn't know either. All right, here we go.
Use the right lane to turn slightly right to stay on East Street Northwest, then turn right onto 20th Street Northwest.
Okay, so keep your eyes open. We might have to drive a few blocks.
Turn right onto 20th Street Northwest, then you will arrive at your destination.
These guys delivering food and stuff on these motor scooters are so scary. They don't seem to be scared, that's for sure. Good morning, hello, Parte Bonza, good afternoon, I mean. That man's suit didn't match, his jacket didn't match his pants. Bless his heart. Remember they were defiling George Washington in their one square. There's another George Washington statue, but they put graffiti on him and stickers and everything else in their courtyard, George Washington courtyard. Hi, Tracy. Now you can see this in a lot of cities, but the posters, you know, all over the electrical boxes and everything. But it's really trashy looking. It really is. So we're in the middle of GWU. There's the law library. We're in the middle of their campus kind of here. I want to get us back to that the square where they were in camp, because it's a couple of blocks before that is where the tent encampment is, or was. I don't know if it still is or not. So let's go around again. We're on Pennsylvania Avenue. Go down 19. That's some kind of fun art right there. Look at that art. That's a cool statue. I like that. It's like a giant colorful olive or something. Yeah, as far as the ground goes, it looks clean. Well, you've got a lot of business. There's security outside. Don't always see that. Right. Well, I probably appear to walk around DC without a care in the world too, but because of the goons, I feel the need to always be looking over my shoulder. And I don't appreciate it. I shouldn't have to worry that anytime I leave my vehicle, it might get vandalized. I shouldn't have to live that way. You know, that's what these despicable characters do. You know. in cleaning up the city. I believe Donald Trump and Judge Jenny and me, the goon squad too, because we've all been harassed by them. Every conservative has been harassed by these goons, and I believe they will be cleaning them up too, sweeping up the garbage. Alright, where am I now? Let's see. Somebody's smoking weed. They are, did y'all catch that too from the, oh my word, y'all. Somebody in front of me is smoking weed, and I've got it on the defrost, and so it's coming right in. So we're going to be like craving munchies soon. That smells so bad. Did y'all catch that at the press conference about they're looking into the possible reclassification of marijuana? And I'm right there with Trump. I think for medical purposes, like truly medical purposes, is one thing. This daily use, recreational use, forget about it. Just forget about it. It's part of a bigger plan to make everybody dull and dumb and half asleep, and the youth of our country and people that just smoke it for no purpose except to get high don't realize that they're playing right into the grand scheme of things. They're just trying to put us to sleep. And boy, you should see the dispensary in Annapolis, and then they've got the largest dispensary that they've on the East Coast or whatever in Ocean City that I saw recently. You wouldn't believe how packed that place was. And people are just buying right into the whole scheme and put the masses to sleep. Fools, absolute fools. Oh my God, y'all, I'm getting high, I think. It stinks so bad. Ugh. So, Red Rover, did you do that? Did you do that to my car? Because karma's a bitch, let me tell you. Karma's a bitch. I won't do it to you, but somebody else will. Because that's just sort of how karma works. You know? You'll get yours, that's how it works. But hopefully that when you do, it won't be too serious, but it'll be enough for you to open your eyes to how wrong that is. To a less dangerous drug category? No, that's not what he was saying, Allie. Wow, it's been like over a year since those protests. And I'm having trouble remembering which street to get over there. We're going to go for one more loop, and then we'll move on to another area. Let's see, let's do it this way. George Washington University.
Sure, the George Washington University. Let's go.
Student Center. There we go.
Head south on 19th Street Northwest,
See if that does it.
Northwest, and turn right on East Street Northwest.
I think they were taking their law finals too during all of that. And some of those classrooms were right there where the protest was going on. Can you imagine spending all that money and getting right to your finals? And look, there he is. There's a little stoner right in front of us. That's not what I heard, Allie. What he said was he's seen the medical marijuana do a lot of good, and then he's seen the recreational not so good. It was something to that effect.
In 800 feet, turn right onto Virginia Avenue Northwest.
So they're looking into the possibility of reclassifying it. And he was talking about in the connection, the recreational portion of it. He was talking about in connection with crime. So cute outfit.
At the light, turn right onto Virginia Avenue Northwest, then turn right onto 22nd Street Northwest.
Okay, here we go. Now we're doing better. We're doing better. Yes, that is true. So I guess we'll have to look into that some more.
22nd Street Northwest.
I heard it that he was coming at it from the standpoint of the recreational portion of it.
Turn right onto I Street Northwest.
Well, tramadol, which they call the silver bullet on the street, is considered a class 4, and it kills people all the time too. It's highly addictive, but they still don't realize the ramifications of it. A lot of doctors don't. Good for you, Ollie. Stay that way. It's good to be a goody two-shoes. Okay, so this was a little bit hit or miss. Only because it's been a year since I've been over here. That was last summer when all that was going on.
At the light, turn right onto I Street Northwest, then turn right onto 21st Street Northwest.
Cancer Research Center. Oh my goodness, let's see. Carol, you're so sweet. Thank you so much. I do not have Givesendgo anymore. For a lack of use,
At the stop sign,
they
turn right onto 21st Street
they
Northwest,
put it on. They turned it off so that other and I don't think I want to use it anymore. So. I do not have Givesendgo anymore. I will update my information. All right, so we're back here at Lafayette Hall, and let's go straight this time. I'm gonna go show y'all some other areas. Right, so I wasn't going for the school. I was going for the homeless encampment that was right near the school just a couple blocks down, and I'm wondering if it's since been moved. I know that some of the larger ones had been moved already this summer, and I'm wondering if it was one of them. You're not going to believe who that dumbass was. Excuse my language. That fat guy on the bike is one of the goons. Alright, let's go.
At the light, turn left onto 20th Street Northwest, then turn left onto I Street Northwest.
Remember he started yelling in the square
Use the left lane
in the middle of the encampment there on the George Washington University. He started yelling, "She's a Trump supporter. She's a Trump supporter." It's like nobody there cared. They didn't like Biden either because Biden was not giving them their ceasefire. It's like, dude, leave me alone. You're full. I wonder if he was watching, because we had the chicken head on here too, you guys. I wonder if he was watching, and he hopped on his bike and he's pedaling like hell. We gotta go catch GloryBee. We gotta go heckle GloryBee. We gotta go stalk GloryBee. These people are really just like public nuisance, number one. School started there in Florida today. Nice, Carrie. Carrie's Musings. Oh, thanks, Parte Bonza. They just sent me the notification, so because I haven't used it. Let's go. Georgetown, Washington, D.C.
All right, Georgetown. At the light, turn left on Q Street Northwest. Continue on Q Street Northwest for 3/4 of a mile.
Well, this is part of what's going to make Washington, D.C. safer for everybody, including conservatives, in the cleaning up of Washington, D.C., our nation's capital. The people who constantly have harassed conservatives, stalked us, defamed us, etc., are going to have to answer for their crimes of stalking and harassing and defamation of character, etc. If they're able to reverse the no bail, no cash bail, that means that you get arrested, you go in, they book you and they release you, and then you just have to show up for your court hearing, or then you would be fined a large fine. And homeless encampments up on the bridge here. Do you see the tents? I mean, they're just right on the bridge, y'all. Right on the bridge. Oh, I know where I want to go check. I think they moved them, but where the REI is down here, had a huge encampment underneath a road like this, like in a little bridged area, just tent after tent after tent. Let's do that one. think that's off of 10th Street. Let's see. Where are we now? So, if you look in my rearview mirror, can you see the green tent domes? They're on that bridge. Just right there in the middle. And we'll go over it. Hey, Tamara. And so, I mean, not only is it's not just about being unsightly, it's not safe for the homeless person in the tent that's right there in the middle of everything. It's not safe. If you put a tent up in DC, you have to stay with your tent or it gets stolen. There's a computer chair right in the middle of the median there.
800 feet, use the middle lane to turn slightly left to stay on P Street Northwest.
Middle lane. Okay, I can't turn around so easily, of course. Let's see. Can I do it here without having to get on 66?
Use the middle lane to turn
Yes.
slightly left to stay on
Alright,
P
we're
Street
going to go drive by
Northwest.
those tents. I'm just so surprised that we haven't seen more of them to show you. God bless you, Tamara. See the garbage all right there on the corner. Here we go.
In 600 feet, turn right on
There's a man right in the middle. There's a woman with the golf cart right there. She looks like she's probably homeless. Sometimes you can look down into wooded areas. Oh, sorry, I was on Zoom. Like that wooded area there, and you'll see tents in these wooded areas. I gotta get over. Okay. We're just gonna go right by these tents here, y'all. I want there to be support for what Trump is saying that he's trying to do. People get assaulted randomly. Young people will just, for a goof, beat up homeless people, and these people are sometimes families that have been displaced, and you know, they're doing the best they can. They're staying in a tent, but they're vulnerable. You know, you might be inside of these things, but you're completely exposed. People just can't see you. That's the only thing they do. They just can't see you. Okay? When you're in the woods and you're in a tent, you're not safe from a bear.
In 100 feet at Washington Circle Northwest, exit on Givesendgo Northwest.
So, I mean, these people, they have to stay with their tents and they have to watch them. There's another one across the street over there. They have to stay there and swelter in the heat or freeze in the cold, because if they leave their tents, someone else will come and steal their tents. And so if that's the case, then they either have to pack it all up again. They can't accumulate too many things to keep them warm in the winter, let's say, or comfortable in the summer, like how about a lounge chair, to go and get the services that they may need to be able to eat that day. Or they'd have to unpack everything, bring it with them, and haul it to wherever the nearest services might be for them to get something to eat or to get cleaned up or to get whatever, even just go to social services to try to sign up for health care, etc. Ooh, I was up on the curb. You know, I mean, it's just, it's a horrible existence for the homeless that are in these tents as well. You know, it's just horrible. There's more tents over there. Just in the middle here, people just walk by them. You know, how many people ask them, is there anything that I can get you? Do you need anything? But you also, what you don't want to do is go to a closed tent and start speaking through the tent to somebody. If you startle someone and let's say that their mental illness is schizophrenia or something like that, you could startle them out of sleep, etc., and they might go into defense mode. PTSD the same. So it's like, you know, you can't just go up to a tent and start yelling into it. You know what I mean? So there's those tents right there. Crazy. And it's just so sad, and you just see that speckled all over DC. When you see a few of them together, it could be families, or it could be that those particular people have come together to look out for one another. We do wind up with these tent communities here. There's tent communities in Annapolis, Maryland, too, in the woods. And that was Governor Hogan. Now she tells me. Governor Hogan, before Governor Westmore of Annapolis, Maryland, he one of his answers for the homeless crisis wasn't a homeless shelter. It was tent spots in the middle of Quiet Waters Park, a beautiful park in Annapolis. Cleared spots where you could encamp for the night, but you had to be out by 7 in the morning, and no fires. That was his answer to the homeless crisis, other than winter relief, which I told you is in different church every single week, and some of them are way far away from where the usual homeless congregate. Saturated areas. I don't know how else to say it. Yep, they're totally vulnerable. And that first tent that I showed y'all as we're coming into DC on New York Avenue, which is also 50, and that tent right there on the median, that's a woman. And she's not an unattractive woman. She's slender. She doesn't look too emaciated yet. Like I said, I hadn't seen that tent before. It's been, maybe just a week and a half or so since I've been down here, before I came down this past week, and suddenly it's there. And she's completely vulnerable.
Use the left lane to merge onto K Street Northwest, then use the left 2 lanes to turn slightly left to stay on K Street Northwest. Use the left 2 lanes to turn slightly left to stay on K Street Northwest.
I wonder how many tickets I've gotten today. You know, here he is out with his sign, trying to get something that he needs. Alright, we're going into Georgetown here. Because right near the canal, really more on this side, near the canal where it kind of ends into a turn into the river, except 3 to 7. Okay, not that one then. All right. There are like tarp encampments. And do this next one. Look at that cute dog. And of course, you know, Georgetown is another popular tourist area, but also has Georgetown University, which my mom actually went to for a little bit before Grandpa whisked her away because Dad was driving from his home to meet her here. After she get out of class, they'd get a burger at the Tombs. Which is still a good burger. Y'all remember I met Eric, mechanic Eric there. So here we're going over the canal. It doesn't look like they've had it open. A lot of grass in here. Sometimes they open and let the water go through. I love Georgetown. Let's go closer to where the locks end. If I I can, and we'll see if some of those tarp encampments are still there. One was really quite impressive. I think it had separate rooms in there, and they had grocery carts with stuff in it all around, but also holding up those tarps, and it was really quite large. A very intricate attempt to create a home out of grocery carts and tarps. Not ideal at all. The buildings are just beautiful down here. Don't keep keeping at me, I'm moving. Let's see, how far do I want to go? I think they're doing something in here. That's not only a fence, it's a fence with barbed wire on top. Wow. But then you gotta have graffiti on the temporary fencing there, or the green stuff, whatever that's on there. Oh, sorry, man. Let's go down one more. Canal towpath detour. Okay. Road work ahead. C&O Canal towpath detour. And look at this. Look at this, y'all. The giant flag. But they're using it as part of their homeless encampment. Wow. Oh my goodness. Let's see, let's turn around. So sad. Oh my gosh, tents right over here. Orange and the green. Can I go left there? Let's not. Yes, I could have. Okay. Whenever you see armored trucks, let them do their business. Just stay away from them, you know. They do get robbed sometimes. I had a close friend who worked for an armored truck company, and he said unequivocally, just stay away from them. If you see them pulled up in front of a place that you're going to go into, if you can help it, let them do their thing and then go in. He said they always shoot first and grab the money, then try to grab the money, and they always get caught. And the armored truck. I mean, to them, that's part of their shelter, y'all. You know, the American flag, that giant American flag. Did you see that? They had blankets and things up underneath it. I'm going to try to get us back by there again. It's going to be on our left. Here's tents, right in the middle of this grassy area. I mean, the person or people that are in those tents are completely vulnerable. You know, remember Mike down at Freedom Corner, y'all? I mean, we heard a lot of his trials and tribulations and things that he went through, but he was no innocent either. That is for sure. So here we go, y'all. It's going to be on our left here. It's on the end of the bridge. I'm going to zoom in. I'm watching this guy just go right across there. Okay. See, bless his heart. Oh my goodness. Bless his heart. Go into my rearview mirror. And you can see he's got his little captain's hat on. He's got his shopping carts with his things in there. He's got way too many. Like if he tried to move with his shopping cart, I mean, which one is he going to take for the things that he's accumulated? You know? But that American flag is giant. And he's got different things underneath it, like a rug. There was one of those furry rugs up underneath there too. Why is that doing that? So sad. So sad. You know, does he need mental health assistance? Does he need, you know, is he going to be able to go out and get a job? Does he need help getting Social Security, SSI? You know, does he have Medicare or Medicaid? You know, these are things that I used to help people with my recovery coaching. People who had nothing, we would help get them something. You know, because if you're missing too many of the immediate necessary elements to live, roof over your head, decent clothing, cleanliness, food, a phone, you know, it just, life is just it's too difficult. It's too difficult to try to make it if you're missing too many of the elements. Yep, they were using a flag. But, you know, you're homeless and you're desperate, you're going to use whatever you find. But you might, I mean, that's like a giant tarp to him. That was a really nice flag at one time. That's a giant tarp to him. Oh, go ahead. She needs to fluff up her fro in the back. I love a fro. If it's done well, a fro is just one of the cutest looks, I think. Personally, I just think they look great. So there's construction going on here along the canal. In the canal. Oh my goodness. Wow. They are doing some reinforcement or something. Hey! Are y'all reinforcing the canal? Are you working on the building or the canal? Oh, okay. All right. Buenos dias. He doesn't speak English. So that's a little bit of some of the homeless situation you'll see even here in Georgetown. You know, there's beautiful parks, and the towpath goes for quite a ways along the canal, and it's not the safest place to go walking, even though we've done some of it in the daytime. It's not the safest place. And I'm not saying because of the homeless, I'm just saying just in general. here to the end. Isn't this wild? Like, this part right here reminds me of something like in Chicago, where above you you'd have the metro, subway, whatever, the trains. That's what this part right here reminds me of. And you've got the beautiful park along the Potomac over here. Theater, and you get ice cream. A lot of these shops, these downstairs shops closed during the lockdowns. But you have this beautiful park area over here where I've taken y'all at the Christmas time during the glow, where you can see the different illuminated displays that they do here. That's a lot of fun. It's a beautiful city, Allie. It's absolutely a beautiful city, and I agree with President Trump 100%. It needs to be cleaned up. The crime, the murders, the crime, the trash. People need to be able to feel safe in the Capitol, and because it's a beautiful place. So, used to come down here, and it was super shady at the end here. I don't know what we're going to run into today. Road closed through traffic. So some of this cleanup, I wonder if it's part of President Trump's plan, and they've just already started. Oh, look at this! This is a teardown. This is a teardown. They're regutting this. Gypsy Sally's used to be there. It says, "Wow! Look at them mural of RFK." Oh, wow, is that interesting? So we got all this construction. Oh, I'm gonna have to turn around. Oh, look at this, they've got a little circle here. Okay. It's a little traffic circle. But sometimes there used to be tents along the sides back there. But that's obviously gone with the construction. Oh, no. I did not block Lala. Who blocked her? I'll take care of that. I cannot do it until I get home, though, I don't think. I have to go into the block box from my my laptop. Please somebody let Lala know I did not block her. Shall we go this way? No, let's go this way. But you can imagine down here at night, you know, like you wouldn't feel very safe. And I have not felt very safe walking down here. And I look at the bugs. Oh, oh, a black one and a fawn one. Oh, I've had 2 pugs. I love them. Oh, they're so cute. Let's go here. There's some young ones too. They're so cute. Oh. Eric and I we sat on these swings They overlooked the canal. That was fun. I think those are the stairs from The Exorcist. I don't know. No. Maybe. I think those are it. That goes up there to Georgetown, you know. Those might have been The Exorcist stairs. More like scary stuff. Okay, now I'm freezing. The phone's nice and cool and I'm freezing. Spot of tea. So many cute little cafes and restaurants and everything in Georgetown. It's a great place to go. Dog Tag Bakery. Is that just for dogs or is it for families too? Or people? No, okay. I think there's a really steep one back further. That's funny. I'm trying to decide if we want to just get in the thick of things or go that way. We'll go this way and then I'll take y'all into another area that's in need of some serious cleanup. Georgetown is so great though. It's such a special place. This over here on the right is a fun area. They've got the ice skating rink in the winter time, and it's really pretty to come down during Christmas and walk back in there. It's so pretty. Which I've done with y'all before too. You can go back into my history and see some of those lives and videos that I've been talking about. What's over there that I can use as a landmark? To try to get to y'all to the places that I want to take you, I'm having to think of landmarks and I don't know. So we're sort of doing figure eights everywhere. Rock Creek Parkway is beautiful. Also can be very vulnerable to assault if you're there like at off hours, which is a shame. I'm graffiti on absolutely everything, even the generators. There's a tent up there in the woods. See the blue tent? Looks like it's seen better days. He's got his cart there. That might be his home, I don't know. So it was good to hear from Cash Patel too, bringing up the children who have been found and the capture of over 1,500 milligrams of fentanyl. The FBI has arrested over 19,000 people in 2025 alone, and over 1,500 child predators. going back under the bridges that have the tents over them. On them. REI Sporting Goods, Washington, D.C.
All right, REI Co-op. In a quarter mile, turn left onto 18th Street Northwest.
Hopefully I didn't freeze. Did the phone overheat? Oh, thank you. Thank you, Carol, for letting her know. It looks like I still have a strong signal. I think they've moved this this homeless encampment that I'm taking y'all to now near the REI Sporting Goods. Somebody speak to me. Did I lose you? Did the phone overheat? If somebody can put something in the chat. There's a little cameo. So we're in downtown DC. We're in Washington, DC, our District of Columbia, our nation's capital. There you are. Hi. And I'm just showcasing what President Trump announced in his press release today, the White House press release about cleaning up Washington, DC, and also cleaning up the crime. You know, we haven't seen a large presence of more police or park police in this area. National Guard has not been deployed out into the streets at this point, and may not be, according to President Trump. But I'm showcasing like what he's talking about as far as like the homeless encampments and the filth that's in the streets, and we're talking about the crime as well while we're driving around Washington, D.C. today on Monday. What is it? August 11th, 2025. For any of you that have hopped in and are wondering what we're doing. So there used to be a large encampment of tents all underneath an overpass right next to the REI Co-op, and we're driving over there to see if it's gone or if it's moved to someplace near there. Sometimes they'll move an encampment and it just goes right like one block over. I'd love to have the windows down so we can just hear the sounds of the city, etc., but then the phone would overheat. It's a little warm anyway. Alright, getting more in the thick of the district here.
At the light, turn right onto L Street Northwest.
Also the Foggy Bottom area, where I think that's George Washington. Wait, no. Where the hospital is. Why can't I think of which hospital that is right now? Over there in Foggy Bottom. They have some horrible crime over there too, around the hospital, and it's a super cute, trendy looking area. I mean, really, it's just the crime is everywhere. In parking in a parking garage recently for the 250th anniversary of our Army, I used a parking garage for the first time, I think, ever in DC. And the cost wasn't as bad as I thought it was going to be. It was 16, I think 14 something, almost $15. And, but it was so scary walking into that at night. It really unnerved me. But also too, it was super narrow, and I got claustrophobic in the stairwell because it went down hallways and there was no air in it. And then you went upstairs and then down another hallway and then up some more stairs and down another really narrow and short ceilinged hallways, and it was like, oh my gosh. I almost had a full-fledged panic attack when I parked there and left. So when I went back, I walked down where the ramp that the cars drive. I was like, there's no way in hell you're getting me in that stairwell again. It's not happening. And so it was, it was kind of scary. That thing went way down too. It was like, I don't even know how many stories it was down. A lot. So we're headed over to the REI Co-op. Always use walkways when you can. What do you call it? The pedestrian crossing. Because like if that guy got hit, it'd be questionable if he could see you or not. He wasn't in the crosswalk, but we've all done it, jaywalking. Hey Jerry, oh my goodness, I pray that everything's okay. Patricia Joy, hello. Jerry, hello. Thank you all so much. Tamara, have a blessed day. Thank you so much. You've been watching on your TV. That's so cool. More people are watching YouTube on TV like than ever. It's pretty awesome. It's supposedly, I think it's like the most watched, more so than just like your regular channels. Darlene, hello. Praying everything is okay, Jerry. Hotels and offices. Some areas are definitely worse than others, but overall it's just a mess.
1,000 feet, use any lane to turn right onto Massachusetts Avenue Northwest.
I think, quite frankly, it reflects on Mayor Bowser, too. And her girlfriend. Her girlfriend's influence. I don't think much of her at all. I honestly don't have anything positive to say about her.
Massachusetts Avenue Northwest.
You can say, well, she's not your mayor, but she's everybody's mayor because this is our nation's capital. Urgent care and some bitching to management, so we'll see. Oh, your neighbor. God bless you. Oh my goodness. Yo, what's up with the goat stuff? Everything's goat anymore. This one over here is called the goat room. And then everyone says, oh, he's the goat, and things like that. What is all this goat stuff? Somebody explain this to me. I don't understand. Suddenly everything's goat. Not the neighbors this time? Jerry, oh my gosh, I pray you're okay. here. This is the area we wanted to go to anyway. Perfect. We're going to be getting back on New York Avenue again. Oh, look at them with their pink luggage. Did y'all see that? That was cute. Doodah. Our friend in high school we used to call Doodah. I don't know why, but we did. DC History Center.
Continue straight onto New York Avenue Northwest.
And it's got the Apple sign out there. I guess with this poor woman. I mean, she's just sitting in her wheelchair, trying to get a little shade.
In 600 feet, turn right onto 6th Street Northwest.
She had her sleeping bag in the back of the chair. Bless her heart.
At the light, turn right onto 6th Street Northwest, then turn left onto
Look
King
straight
Street
ahead
Northwest.
here. Look at his encampment. With the clear plastic trying to protect his things.
At the light, turn left onto K Street Northwest.
Oh, greatest of all time. That's what goat means. Oh. Thank you. Oh my gosh, thank you, Dita. Look at this. Boy, shot on iPhone, drawn on iPad. Look at that. It's quite a picture. I guess it's all AI, I don't know. Alright, we're supposed to go left here. Okay. So we're going left on K Street. And every now and again you hear of a shooting on K Street. Probably not this far in though. I don't know, you just never know. Oh goodness.
Continue on K Street
Swish,
Northwest
swish.
for 3/4 of a mile.
Okay. Y'all pray I didn't get any tickets today because the tickets are expensive. The light tickets. Oh my god. I've been through a couple of yellows. A few yellows that are questionable as to whether they turned on me or not in mid-turn. Greatest of all time. Because I'd hear people say goat for sure and things like that. Oh, that's funny. I learn something new every day. You got to keep up with things, you know? I try. I'm not sure how successful I am, but I try. Oh, they got an Apple insignia on the back of their car. Oh my god, it's everywhere. Apples everywhere. Y'all make sure you hit that like button for me. Y'all, it's so expensive to live in DC too. So expensive. There's a tent encampment back there. I mean, just in driving around like we are, you guys, I mean, you just, you know, you see all these tents and stuff. It's worse in LA. But LA is bigger than this. So per capita, I don't know. I think LA is still worse. Apple stopped giving stickers with their new products. I wonder why. Did it cost too much? I've never done Apple. I'm always Android. That is a fun fact, Patrick. I want to know why now. For as expensive as their products are, you think they could afford a sticker? Oh, because then people are advertising that I have an iPhone and that's the most stolen phone over Android. The iPhones are way, like, I forgot what the percentage was, y'all. I don't know why I like saw this randomly recently, but it was like, wow, like way more iPhones are stolen than Androids. Can you imagine like being a thief and picking up my phone and throwing it back just because it wasn't an iPhone? Even the thieves are picky. Probably plastic-free packaging. Oh, good. That is good. Jerry's an Android fan too. Yeah. I mean, once I learn something, for the same kind of a product, why would I learn something else new? It's hard enough for me to learn this. Truly. It says brand new affordable apartments come in, now leasing. It's back there. Rise. And I wonder what they call affordable. Back in the 90s, one of my cousins rented a place on New York Avenue, not in a good area at all. And she was paying over $900 for a closet space, and where she was not a good area. And that was back in the late 90s. No, early 2000s, I guess. Early 2000s. That was a lot of money, especially for where she was. But it was DC. I actually want to live in DC when I first moved to the area. I'm glad I didn't. Annapolis has got its problems, but it's so nice. Longest I ever stayed anywhere.
In 800 feet, turn left onto 2nd Street Northeast.
So, I believe this is the bridge that I was talking about, and all underneath here was just lined with tents and tarps. I mean, it was just crammed with them.
Turn left onto 2nd Street Northeast.
I thought they'd cleaned it out. You could barely just get by them over here. Oh, look at that, y'all. Somebody's got a butterfly thing going. Look at the holograph. There's a butterfly holograph on the wall. Hologram? That's crazy. How random. I like it.
Head east on Key Street Northeast or 3rd Street Northeast. At the light, turn left onto 3rd Street Northeast.
So where did all those people go that were in those tents?
In 1,000 1,000 feet, turn left onto M Street Northeast.
This person parked back too far. Now these painted murals on the sides of buildings, that's one thing, you know, that can capture the feeling of an area and be so super awesome, you know, and it's artwork. But just random graffiti just wherever you feel like putting your gang name or whatever, it's just like that's not good. What am I looking at? What is that? Waymo. What's a Waymo, you guys? That is a crazy looking. Did y'all see that car? What is it? This is W-A-Y-M-O, Waymo. Was it a self-driving vehicle? There was somebody driving it though.
Turn right onto 2nd Street Northeast.
Yeah, so this was it. This was, they had just all kinds of tents and everything down here, and look what they've put up so that you can't put the tents. Wow. So they put up all these concrete things. Do you see them? So the tents can't go there. There's slots in between them. They put up lighting, and now the tents cannot go up because of those concrete things. But you can't walk through there either. But that they have managed to keep the homeless tents. You couldn't even walk through there, barely you could get by it, because I've parked and walked through to go to the REI over here before. I was picking up my hiking boots there that I still wear today. They were a gift from Dad. But that's where all the tents, and I mean they were just crammed in there, almost on top of each other.
Your destination will be on the right.
And then over here is the REI co-op.
Your destination is on the right.
They also used to be under here too. So there's the REIs over here. And they used to be all under here too, and they're gone. Yep, they put up the concrete. See the concrete as a barrier so that they cannot go in there. And then they put these wild lights up there to make it more aesthetic. Like icicles. But that was all crammed in with tents. So I think those got moved a while ago though. You know, but where did they all go? Where did they all go? That's the question. This area looks really cute though, doesn't it? Look at the fountains over here. How nice that looks now. And this is going to be happening all over. All over. Let's go straight ahead a little bit. Oh my God. These guys. These guys on these mopeds, they are so scary. But this area, it was sketchy with all the homeless there. It was, and now it's like it's all cleaned up. Santa Monica is always cleaning up the homeless, and they just moved to other areas. Right. Well, because me personally, I feel like if you're going to clean up a tent city, you know, there better be some services being provided, you know. That comes from my recovery background and my recovery work background, and you know, you can't just put people on buses and ship them to another town, which is possibly what they did in Atlanta, Georgia. Techwood backed up to where they put the dormitories for the 1996 Olympics. Was right. Stop! I'm not going to run this woman over. Listen to them beeping at me. And everyone's like, you know, what did they do with all of the people from Techwood, which backed up to the back of oh, for heaven's sakes, why can't I think of the school? Georgia Tech. And where they put the dormitories. And that was this is like a little warehouse area here. We'll drive down, and there were rumors that they had put them on buses and taken them out and dumped them in urban areas. But when I went down to Atlanta, when was I traveling with the girls? That would have been that would have been 96, I think. No, after the Olympics were done, though, I was traveling with a couple of friends from Ireland, and I showed them. We went to Williamsburg first, and then so this is a fun little area that's been cleaned up a lot. It's old warehouse area, you know, where you'd have the metal fronts and everything, and now look at it, like how cute. Some of the metal doors are still there. That's cool. Here's Union Market over here. So this has been cleaned up a lot. This has been cleaned up a lot just since the last few years. Wow. Caribbean Crescent. They still, and see, the graffiti is right there on the doors. But this area has come a long way. And I did a live. Look at that. LDA wholesale. You have African markets and all different kinds of stuff here. You can get just about anything you want to eat in Union Market. They have like a food court area. Food wholesale over here. Some of the old shop is still there. But look at this. This has really come a long way. Then you still have the graffiti. Uh-oh, wood on the door still. Security, look at the fencing on that. And then there's like a little cafe area inside of there. That was security fencing. Graffiti, graffiti, graffiti. Oh yeah. No, I wouldn't want to be walking around down here. Not this area right here. No. No. You got dance clubs nearby too. No. See, and then this is all fenced in. It's old. Looks like they're gonna do maybe a demolition. Almost looks like it was old flea market. That's a school there in front of us. You can see the football goal. Oh, some graffiti can be beautiful, you know, but when it's just random everywhere. So if Trump has it his way, he'll probably want that cleaned up. It's got those roofs and many of them like almost like an old flea market. I don't feel like that's working. Remember when I walked up and we took a look up off at the top of the roof there? That's a nightclub at Union Market. I took y'all up there. There's an old video of that. There's been some crime in some of the parking decks over here. But it's up and coming. You know, it is up and coming. Sorry about that, I dropped the phone. Let's see, let's go to Navy Yard, Washington, D.C.
Sorry, it looks like that device hasn't been set up yet.
Naval Yard, Washington, D.C. John doesn't think Trump will clean it. Well, I'm sure somebody owns that property, so they have to go through the proper channels. If Trump had it his way, maybe he'd put a hotel there or something. I don't know. No idea. All right, let's head over to the Naval Yard. Y'all been hearing a lot about the Navy Yard. The yards. They, I think they just had their softball game there. The Conservatives last week, didn't they? Either that or it's coming up soon. Oh, is that right? You hope it doesn't get paved over. That was a big block of real estate. I would imagine that would cost a pretty penny. So y'all have been hearing about the Navy Yard in the news a lot. We all have. So let's drive over there. We're just taking a tour of DC after the press conference. President Trump spoke, and today is Liberation Day, as he called it, where it is the official start of cleaning up Washington, D.C. from crime and trash. Making it the beautiful, and I agree with President Trump. This is our nation's capital, the capital of our United States of America, and it should represent all of us well. But quite frankly, that can be aesthetic as far as like what your eye is seeing. But even more than the trash being picked up outside, I'd like the trash to be picked up inside, and that's in our Congress. Let's clean it all up. I think that's what President Trump is trying to do. I really believe that. He is trying to clean up the trash inside and out. And I pray for his success. I don't always like everything, and some of the things I see, could set us up for something not so great later if we don't have good leadership. But I do believe he's trying to clean this all up. And that's the dark elements as well. I know, Jerry, I'm telling you, this Maryland governor right now, Governor Moore, he is horrible. We have a woke, but Jerry, you got to look at the residents of Maryland. He said he was going to raise taxes on his running platform. He said he was going to raise taxes, and the stupid Marylanders voted for him. The stupid Democrats voted for him. Yes, please raise our taxes. What a joke. Joke's on them too, the fools. They're high enough as it was. Oh, nice. Parte Bonza. You were helping out at the food bank. That's so awesome. I love hearing that. Beautiful. God bless you, honey. I pray your back feels better. And thank you for being a service to your community. I love it. She had cute gypsy pants on. She's got that little Corolla. That was cute. Had a riot down by Rocky Gap last night. Several had to be flown out and stabbing this morning before 7:30. Near Rocky Gap? That's insane. What was it, the casino? That's crazy. Anywhere there's a casino, you're going to have some crime too. But that's such a peaceful area. That's crazy. Well, for heaven's sakes, it's a red light, not a stoplight. Not a stop sign. Right, Allie? That's so sweet. Oh my gosh. Yes, yes, Jerry was near the flooding in Maryland. Their town got terrible flooding, and they had to evacuate some of the people from the school there. It's horrible. Well, I was watching the new documentary last night that they did on the western North Carolina Hurricane Helene flooding, and it was hard to watch. I was watching some of those areas that I've taken y'all to on the live streams and video, and where we were able to help with the water filtration systems. And that's just absolutely, it was very difficult to watch. Some of the home footage of people that got rescued, thank God, but we know not everybody did. They're saying only 125 people died during that in the area of western North Carolina and Tennessee, and that number is way low from everything that I experienced going there. I went what, 8 times total, starting 3 weeks after the hurricane hit.
North Carolina Avenue Southeast.
Crazy. Way more than 125. Alright, we're heading over to the Navy Yard.
At the right, turn right onto North Carolina Avenue Southeast.
We're back up closer to Freedom Corner up here. We're up on Capitol Hill.
Continue on North Carolina Avenue Southeast for half a mile.
And this is definitely more aesthetically pleasing up here around Capitol Hill for sure. Then you get those little pockets that are all a mess. You have a family that was down there in the area and wanted to do what I was able to do. Right, when you tried to help get donations, yes. You did bring them stuff too. And that was awesome. Yeah, it's not over for a lot of people. I was chit-chatting with Helen down there in Asheville, and she sent me a picture. It was United Way of all organizations, and they were there. They were trying to bring her a small tiny home because she got approved for a bricks and sticks home to replace her half demolished house that she's been living in since the storm, and she's still living in it. And they couldn't get up the drive because of all the flooding that went down the drive. And so United Way was there with a backhoe, and they were clearing it out, finally, and laying down gravel. And they cleared out the debris from around her house too, that they're going to wind up demolishing. And she's gonna have a little tiny home, and then finally a new sticks and bricks. I just pray it doesn't take too long. She's been living in unhealthy conditions, y'all, since the hurricane. And she got one of our water filtration systems because her well had collapsed. That's since been rebuilt, but I don't know if she's able to use it yet. She needed to shock it, but she's allergic to the bleach that you have to shock it with, so they were trying to find an alternative. I keep forgetting to ask her about it while all these other great things are happening finally for her. I forgot to ask her if she's got that well working or not, but she was using the water filtration system that we gave her, that we were able to put together, and God led us to her. She had just been turned down at the time for the rebuilding of her well, her only water source. And I happened to walk into that environmental office at the directions of maybe try there from the sheriff that we had met at the FEMA office, temporary office that was set up. And I just happened to peek my head into this room. Does anyone know of anyone that could, a family or a group that needs a water filtration system? And she goes, oh my gosh, I actually do. They just turned me down for rebuilding my well. It was like, so we've been in contact. Thanks, Jerry. We've been in contact ever since she sends me daily scripture, and we talk back and forth. And she's just finally getting dug out. It's crazy, crazy. It's almost a year, you guys. It'll be a year, September 27th, since the initial flood from Hurricane Helene. And they've been dealing with all kinds of flooding and stuff since then as well. But she appealed about the well, and then she got approved, and they did rebuild the well. So we'll be at the yard soon, Navy Yard soon. And it has always been suggested not to walk around at night near the Navy Yard, even to go to the games and stuff. Has been sketchy. Fourth Street. So I gotta go. Oh, up this one and then left. Okay.
Turn left onto 4th Street Southeast.
Oh, I've got the okay.
Continue on 4th Street Southeast for half a mile.
You have all these cute little, I mean, I don't know how cute they are, but they're these old mom and pop corner markets down here in DC, and laundromats and things like that. And their windows are usually kind of boarded up. Sometimes you'll see a broken door like we did earlier. You know, because they get broken into. But I mean, this is city living. People can go and get a few of their immediate needs at their little corner market there. You know, it's a walking city. A lot of people walk here and there, or use scooters and bicycles, and it's always been that way, but the crime is just out of control. When you think of how small the District of Columbia is and how high the crime rate is, it's absolutely needs addressing. They need a new mayor too. But the stupid Democrats, they'll probably vote her in again. How many terms can a mayor run? Hopefully she's almost done. Mayor Bowser. So, we're going to the Navy Yard.
In 800 feet, you will arrive at your destination.
You got maintenance there? Oh my gosh, I'm praying everything's okay. Oh my goodness, Jerry, I knew you had a CO2 scare from one of your neighbors not that long. Look at that. Wow. I don't know if y'all could see that guy on the motorcycle, but that was pretty wild. That was all flat black. Pretty interesting. Okay, so we are approaching the Navy Yards area. And yeah, definitely later, Jerry. I'm just praying everything's okay.
You have arrived.
So you got a lot of Harris Teeter grocery store. Vita Fitness. I love some of the old warehouse buildings down here. A lot of charm. Outdoor seating areas. Living the dream, it says. Private property, parking by permit only. So I wonder if that's part of the Navy buildings. U.S. government property, yeah. There's part of the Naval Yard. What? What? You're gonna be fine. I don't care what you're doing. That lady was staring me down. Like she's never seen anybody photograph around the Navy Yards before. What in the world? Alright, where am I though? Can you imagine living and working in DC, or even just working in DC, and thinking it's odd that somebody's taking video or photographs? I just can't even imagine. That woman must be very paranoid. That's funny. Here she is again. Now she's going to think we're stalking her. Look how cute this is. Oh my gosh. This seating area over here. Oh, there's somebody in there. Uniform. Looking all nice. I don't know what that is. Is that right up there with goat? I mean, not only have we seen a lot of homeless and a lot of garbage and everything like that, but do you also see how much charm there is in each little area of this town? And yes, it was just, we were just looking in the back of it there. The Navy Yards. It's the Navy Yards. This is also where the baseball field is, where the shooting happened. At the congressional baseball game, softball, baseball. Which I think if I go left here, I can show you all that. I think. I'm trying to cover a lot of ground, so I'm not getting out and parking and walking. Plus, it just costs way too much to park, y'all. Can't be doing it. But this is such a beautiful place. I did a whole walking tour of this park. And actually down below there is one of those waiting fountain areas. It's just right down below there. A cooling area. The kids can splash around in and stuff. And I did a whole walking tour, and you can see some of the historic boats from World War II are down there too. I've forgotten what they're called. Where's Third of Its Kind when I need her? She would remember. They were the really fast boats that would get up close to the enemy ships and drop the torpedoes, and then try to book it out of there before they got hurt too. Or by the enemy ships. They were like probably like the first go fast. if anyone understands that term. But that's Navy Yards right there, y'all. Oh, bless his heart. He's not doing well. Guy sitting outside with his cocktail, talking to his friends. Oh my goodness. You can't just randomly walk around with your cocktail out here. Maybe it was just a juice. Alright, where's the stadium? Stadium at the Navy Yards.
Nationals Park. On the website MLB.com, they say, Nationals Park is located in southeast Washington, south of the Capitol, along the fast-developing Capitol Riverfront adjacent to the Navy Yard. To find out more, look for the link in your Google Home or Google Assistant app.
Nation Stadium.
Sure, Nationals Park. Let's go.
There we go.
Head west on Tinley Street Southeast or 3rd Street Southeast.
No, there was one here. It was I've forgotten how many years ago now. Maybe 7? Or are they trying to park? I've forgotten how many years ago now. Come on, you can do it. But they used to have signs up next to where we parked for Freedom Corner saying no parking for Nations for the games for Nations Stadium. So we're not that far from there at all. But everyone's cautioned not to walk alone down here. And yet you have all of these restaurants and cool bars and coffee shops and and the stadium, and but it's not safe. Which is the whole theme.
Turn left onto New Jersey Avenue Southeast.
That's the whole theme of this
Then turn right onto N Street Southeast.
of this live stream, is to just kind of showcase why what President Trump is trying to do is necessary and a good thing for our nation's capital. You know, from his press conference earlier, the White House press conference earlier today.
Take the next right onto N Street Southeast.
There's some more of the Naval Stadium. I'm sorry, Navy Yards. Can't talk. Well, I've been talking for hours. I'll be so tired, y'all. Won't want to talk to anybody. God bless me with the gift of gab, which is why I can live stream, I guess.
At the light, turn left onto 1st Street Southeast.
Now here we are. There's more fencing around some of this vegetation. What's up with the fencing around the vegetation? Because it wasn't growing, I guess. I don't know. But there's a sign for the yards. Yards, this area is called.
Head north on 1st Street Southeast or 4th Street Southeast.
Oh, that was the back of the stadium there. I should have shown y'all that. It was pretty cool.
In 500 feet, turn left.
This is all parking on the left for the stadium too. But parking is a huge issue for any of the events down here. If you remember, we came down for one of the protests too for the congressional game a couple years ago. Some of us came over from Freedom Corner, but there's Nationals Park. There's the stadium. You see into the seating there. And they had pretty high security that day. Yeah. Heckled by our stalkers. Dollar Tree.
Sorry, I don't understand.
Dollar Tree and Safeway grocery store.
Sorry, I don't understand.
Um, 11th Street.
All right, Dollar Tree.
Look, y'all, our capital.
Keep right to continue on South Capitol Street Service Road.
There's a lot of shootings over like 11th Street and K and
Keep right, then slight right onto the I-395 South ramp. In 1,000 feet, slight left onto the I-395 South ramp to Richmond downtown.
industrial. I mean, this city has it all. There's a whole bunch of graffiti down there. I guess that's probably going to get painted. I'm sorry. I don't know if you were able to see it or not.
Slight left onto the I-395 South ramp.
Oh yeah, let's get into the traffic now. Oh no, it's already 3:30. I can't even believe it. What? I mean, like down here. How about a place you just don't want to be day or night? That's like right out of a movie. graffiti. Watch me get in trouble for what it says. I have no idea what it's saying. That would not be right. $12 hours and 55 minutes to the nearest Dollar Tree store. That is not the one I would want to go to. I'm not trying to go to Dollar Tree. I'm trying to go to a certain area. Let's get over here. Yeah, that is super shady underneath that overpass there. Super shady. I would want to be anywhere near that at night. Street tunnel. Oh. Alright, so we're gonna go in a tunnel. Everybody hold your breath. We're going underneath the buildings. Isn't that wild? And yesterday I went underneath the Baltimore Harbor. I went up to the Susquehanna River yesterday. I got some footage. I'll put it together later. Pretty. I went to a historic area. I probably could have exited there. That's alright. So yeah, we're just driving around the city, showcasing why we definitely need to clean up our nation's capital. DuPont Circle, is that near where, that's a trendy area. It's kind of always been considered the gay area, but there's a lot of really cool shops and stuff over there. I used to go to a 12-step meeting over a record store there. Did that a couple times, it was fun. Hello, welcome. th Street.
Sorry, I didn't understand.
Fried chicken on 11th Street.
Sorry, I don't understand.
Famous Capitol Fried Chicken on 11th Street.
Sorry, I didn't understand.
Well, me either, because I don't know the name of the place. I'm trying to get us to a certain area. Famous Washington, D.C. fried chicken.
Here's a summary from the website m.yelp.com. Top 10 best fried chicken near Washington, District of Columbia. Honeymoon chicken, Co-Chicks, Roaming Rooster, Unconventional Diner, Astro Donuts and Fried Chicken, Doro Soul Food, Yardbird, Henry's Soul Cafe, and more.
Dora's Soul Food.
Alright, Doris J's Kitchen.
This one day and 1 hour away, y'all. It's in, it's close to Mexico. Where does she think I am? Famous fried chicken in Washington, D.C.
Here's a summary from the website m.yelp.com. Top 10 best fried chicken near Washington, District of Columbia. Honeymoon chicken, Co-Chicks, Roaming Rooster, Unconventional Diner, Astro Donuts and Fried Chicken, Doro Soul Food, Yardbird, Henry's Soul Cafe, and more.
Oh, I wish I could remember the name of it. Oh my gosh. Oh well. Here's H Street. That's always fun. H. Well, we can go up to K. See, they got the big murals. I have no idea what that building is. You can call it a building. It might just be a mural, a memorial or something. I don't know. I'm freezing myself to death. So, Attorney General Pam Bondi is in charge of the Metropolitan DC Police. I wonder how some of our friends feel about that. Some of our police friends that we got to know. I'd rather have her in charge of it than Mayor Bowser. That was part of Georgetown University too. Sorry, I needed a bite of chocolate. I wasn't paid to show you this, but it's 85%. And it does have 5 grams of added sugar, which is pretty low for chocolate. But that's with 10 pieces as a serving size. I ate just a couple of them because it's really dark. So I'm getting maybe a couple grams of sugar. So that's pretty good. Sorry. That's gotta be L Street. No. I. Oh, it's H-I. Okay. Let's go up a couple. I know my alphabet. Here's K Street. Okay. Let's ride down K. Because I think this will bring us to the area where it has the electric no, turn on red. It has the electric trolley cars and stuff. Some crime tape over there. That's all fenced off. Looks like they're doing some demolish over there. More of the dashboard and y'all can see a wider picture. Less of the dashboard, it doesn't give you as much of a view, so let's try that. I hope you find this interesting. This is your nation's capital if you're here in the US. Does anyone need a mattress? See what's going on in this part of town. This church is for sale or lease. We actually came by here earlier. The windows are all boarded up, but you can purchase a church. Unfortunately, there's just way too many closed down churches in our country. They failed from lack of participation, a lot of them. That was a St. Philip's. It's a beautiful building. I wind up in the areas that you don't want to be in, like on a pretty regular basis by accident. But when I want to go there, I can't find it. It's like just the way it is. Oh, Lord have mercy. So I wonder if they're going to put those concrete pilings in there too. Oh, that dude's knotted out. There was a guy sitting in a chair back there with a couple of bags and he was totally knotted out. That's too bad. Safeway near my location.
Sorry, I don't understand.
Oh my God. She never knows what the grocery stores are. I don't understand why. Grocery store near my location.
Sorry, I didn't understand.
Oh, okay, Florida Avenue. Let's do that. Okay. We're gonna run right into it. Let's go. All right, let's go left and then we're gonna go down Florida Avenue. It is, that one is pretty good from Trader Joe's, but then they have one, Lindt. I'm not always a Lindt chocolate fan, but they have an 85% that I really like, and it has even less sugar. All right, let's head to Florida Avenue. You guys, leaves are starting to change. Oh my gosh. Doesn't it seem too early for that? I guess it's almost the middle of August. Oh my goodness. You just couldn't. Oh, dude. So close. See what I mean about how they gut out the whole townhome. They'll gut it out, and then but they'll leave that brick for historic or aesthetic purposes, I guess. So interesting. Look at all the garbage. They had garbage all in their front of their place. But it's technically, that's the sidewalk. That's the city sidewalk. All right, so here's Florida Avenue. Oh, stop. It's like living in the city. Like you can rent, you know, a place there. It says now leasing. You could rent that townhome and look down on the Marathon gas station. City. Garbage, garbage. Gallaudet University, which I think is the Christian university. That's over here on the left. Gallaudet, I don't know how you say it. Oh my God. It's all garbage over there. Then there's the areas over by the zoo and stuff, and they're pretty neat old places. And I don't see as much garbage over there. I don't feel like. But unfortunately, Florida Avenue, you hear about shootings over here. Got some graffiti on that building on the right. Oh shit! I thought they were turning. Oh my God! I am so sorry. Just get out of the way. Oh, he's going into the fire station. I didn't see where it was. There's some big old pit bulls. Oh my goodness. Thanks, Jerry. I love the red, white, and blue. That's good. So this is another one of the areas where it's just like it's just got a little rundown over the time, but you can still find some places that are very popular to get some different things to eat. But you'll see some places will be boarded up, and every city's got it. But the crime rate can be higher over in this area too. And see these streetcars, aren't they wild? It's electric streetcars. It's going like the old trolleys on the cables. Pretty wild. We're actually driving on the track here. Isn't that a trip? But they've got some decent 12-step meetings over this way too. Cafe and deli, convenience, home of authentic New York bagels. That sounds good. I'm hungry right now. That's not good. That's not good. Oh, that's where I want to go. So here we are back at that square again, where I told you there's all kinds of things going on. You got people hanging out over here. Getting their stuff. And up here is where I was telling y'all about the McDonald's and the laundromat, and just people just kind of hanging out. This is another one of the ways to, there's the Capitol Laundromat. Another one of the ways to go to the vigil, the jail area. And I'm trying not to be really obvious here. But in the evening, you'll see a lot more people hanging out here. And that's the McDonald's over there next to the laundromat. And you'll just see a lot of things going on. If you have an eye for it, like I do, back there at that bus stop on the right, across from the square, there was if you saw the old man that had the shopping cart, he was actually getting something from the taller man who was counting out the money and handing him a bag out of a bag full of bags. They're just, don't even try to hide it, don't even try to hide it. It's like plain as day. There's a woman back there in her electric blue cat suit, which is a full leotard. This area too, though, I used to enjoy driving back through here in the fall, because you could hear the high school band, a football band, playing, practicing sometimes. And boy, I love that. Oh no, that's gonna wind up turning left. So, I mean, these places are like super expensive. They're older townhomes. They haven't been kept up with as well. Some of them are starting to get purchased and revamped, for sure. And, but, you know, we're crossing this line here. There's the, I think that's, yeah, part of the stadium there for the school. And I used to be able to hear them practice sometimes coming in for the vigil. But some of them are generational homes. And one of our friends in the townhome across from the Congressional Cemetery that we got to know, their townhome is super, super nice. And his whole family lives there, but it's a generational townhome. And he and I were talking, he's like, I could never afford to buy it today. And so one of the things that President Trump is talking about is eliminating the property tax on homes so that we can actually own our homes. And I would love that for our friend there. It's a super nice family, so sweet. And they have a great chance of being able to continue to keep that townhome that they take very nice care of as well, across from the Congressional Cemetery. You know, because the property taxes are so outrageous, but they could never buy it today. Yes, I'm a believer. I've been saved. Jesus Christ is my Lord and Savior. They must have like summer camp or something. They've been doing something with these kids and these bicycles like all day. Like, how cute is that? We're far enough away. I felt okay filming it. And so, believe it or not, we're actually full circle coming up on the Congressional Cemetery, the DC jail, etc. This was one of the places that we saw getting a revamp, passing that white one, passing by every day. These are super old. That's a super old structure, isn't it? That old brick. But some of these townhomes, they've added like a third story to them up top. And look at that. It's got the seating area, the porch, or what is that? Pergola. That's so cool. This one over here. These are things I've been seeing for the years coming down here that I've never been able to show y'all while I'm driving, but we're stopped. Look at that, a whole nother little tucked in paradise up there on the roof. How cool is that? Probably looks super great up there. Little rooftop garden area and a structure. So the people make the most of their space around here, that's for sure. You can't go out, but you can go up, I guess. I wonder what kind of a permit that would cost. So many neat little things. But but construction's everywhere, but it's always been that way. So I don't know if this is street update, like upgrading the street here from President Trump, or if it was already scheduled. I really don't know. But whatever it is, it needed to happen. They have terrible flooding issues in DC with the drainage system and everything. It literally was built on a swamp and just has horrible drainage issues. So here we are back again at the Congressional Cemetery. Now I could take y'all over the river and go into the Capitol Heights area, but I really don't want to. It's not a safe area. You can only drive 35 miles an hour. You get a super ticket, and it's just a mess this time of the day. But it's also not technically District of Columbia anymore because you've gone over the Anacostia River. So I don't think that's considered Washington D.C. I think that's a District of Columbia. I think that's Maryland, Capitol Heights, Maryland. Don't quote me on that though. Hello, Robert. Good afternoon. Good to see you. Thank you so much to Carol and Jerry and everybody who has ridden along with me all day. I appreciate each and every one of you guys. Darlene, thank you so much. So many of y'all. Oh my goodness. There's a tractor barreling down the road in Washington, D.C. All right. So there's a Congressional Cemetery to our right. And I think it was August 8th or something like that. They sold their Capitol Congressional Cemetery honey. And for those of you that don't know, there's a restroom. There's 2 restrooms right there behind that building. Actual nice restrooms. And also they would have porta potties sometimes in the cemetery. And that is what I used. There's Freedom Corner down. They've been owned for generations. And so they, continue to pay exorbitant taxes for them. But they wouldn't be in them. They wouldn't be able to afford to buy them outright if they were buying them new. They were purchased many, many years ago. So all right, y'all. I think that's it for our tour today. I hope I gave you a pretty good idea about some of the things anyway, as to why this so desperately needs to be cleaned up. And why we need to address the crime. This is our nation's capital. It belongs to all of us, not just the people who live here. It belongs to all of us. It represents all of us. And bless her heart. There's a homeless woman just sitting right there. This is the metro here, subway, whatever you call it. And there's usually people hanging around there at night too. Yes, don't forget to hit that like button for me. Thank you so much. Share it out. This is a good one to share out if you would, because I want so much to support what I believe President Trump is trying to do, because I agree with him. I have my concerns about, the deployment of the National Guard and the possibility of desensitizing the public to their presence on a regular, and what that could mean in future presidencies, not President Trump's, but others, depending on if they try to abuse it or not. But something has to be done. It's just, it's the crime's too high. It's too dangerous. Oh gosh, I guess I could have brought you down to the mall. Oh, maybe we're not done yet. But if there's not any events going on, then we're not going to see the park police presence. Yeah, we can go down there. Here's the National Guard, District of Columbia National Guard here. Yeah, let's go down there really quick. Not that it's going to be really quick this time of day, but let's go. I did tell you that there was more. It seemed like more park police in tactical uniform at the Great American Farmers Market last week. It was notable. I was grateful for the extra presence of security. The National Guard has not been deployed as of yet, and Trump talked today during the press conference. He said that they would be deployed only if necessary. But then Secretary of Defense Pete Hegseth spoke and said that they would start rolling out next week. So which way that goes, I don't know. President Trump was like, we'll see how it goes. But then Pete Hegseth was saying that it was going to start happening next week. So I don't know. DC is lovely. Look at this little pizza place over here. Having grown up in more of a suburbanite environment, I just always kind of get tickled by the idea of everything you need being right there in your walking distance. I don't know if everything somebody needed right here is available, but they can certainly get a few conveniences within walking distance. You see the Capitol peeking out through there. That's where we're headed. We're gonna go down to the National Mall, and unless there's, and it might just be too late in the day or whatever, because unless there's some protests are going on or whatever, I just don't see any reason why there would be more park police out at this time of the day. But we'll just go take a look. You can see them in my videos from last week, maybe in some of my shorts that I put out. I'll go through some of my clips and see if I can find some to put out. We didn't always see them in their tactical gear when we were on the mall all the time, the National Mall. And they were in tactical gear last week. Trump has done a lot. There is no question. All shuttles. Left turn to... Seems like a strange sign, doesn't it? Like, is that an official sign? Seems so strange. trying to tell shuttles to go left. Doesn't look very official. And we've passed this little cafe 3 times today, I think. We're doing figure eights, y'all, for sure. But I love all the beautiful gardens. People always out walking their pets, getting their exercise. Nothing cuter than a guy walking his baby in a carriage. Oh, this is just a stop sign, right? Look at that nasty girl that followed me, harassing me. I feel like I'm one street over more than I want to be. There's the market there. I brought y'all there many times. I can't find anything that's any good to eat there. Except for the dumplings, they were good. Ooh, that sun's bright, isn't it? Wow. Ooh, we have used some gas today, but we have gotten the tour in, that's for sure. Oh my goodness, the glare off that window. That angle is terrible. Pennsylvania. There we go. Now we're headed in the direction we want. There's the Capitol right in front of us. Like, you just turn the corner and it's like, oh, the Capitol. What is gas today? Over at Exxon. Gas prices were so crazy when we first started coming down to for the vigil and everything. Yep, $5.79 a gallon. $5.99, $5.79. That's crazy. And it's like less than 70 cents a barrel right now for oil. That's crazy. I very rarely got gas in town. That was like one of those things. You hold your breath until you can get out of town, praying that you'll make it, because you just don't want to spend that kind of money in DC. That's crazy. Oh my gosh, y'all. If I was eating bread and stuff, I sure could go for a slice of We the Pizza. So good. There it is over there, We the Pizza. Or one of those great burgers from that burger place next door. I forgot what it's called. But I feel too good eating clean. I feel better. I don't know how much weight I've lost, but I feel good. They're always there. The police on the corners here, they're always there. Offices over here. On Congress side. Oh, that light's just so bright. The Cannon building's coming up on the left, where the leftist loonies always like to go in and take over the hall. Cost the taxpayers money. Right there. There's the Capitol. Sorry, y'all, it's not the best view, but give you an idea where we are. You're 289 there, Carol, and I mean that's pretty good. Like there's this one place in that's not where the buses are stopped. There's this one place in Annapolis that I can pay cash and get 289. There's our botanical garden on the right. For some reason, the city buses are right here. Never seen that before. Some police over here, but you usually see them around here like this. If y'all have not been to our botanic gardens, it is beautiful. That's a fun place to go in. Where are these buses here? 1, 2, 3, 4 of them. And the light's not changing. I don't see a driver in there either. What's going on? There's nobody in it. Nobody in them at all. I don't see the driver. I don't like it. I'd like to get away from it, quite frankly. It's very strange. There's a driver in the 1-2 back. Here comes one now. He just came out of the building there. The Botanic Garden. It's just weird. There he is now. He just got on. What is up with that? So like this is normal. These guys are always here. These are Capitol Police. There's a bunch of police down there too. I wonder if they're getting ready for a motorcade or something. And then here are more buses up here. Y'all, something's up. I don't know what it is. One, two, that they have passengers. Coach USA. I don't know, that was really strange. Police there too on the corner. Yeah, they've got one building's like blocked off back there. I'm not sure what's up. Okay, I hear you, but I don't see you. I hear the sirens, but I don't see them. Oh, jeez. Ambulance. Okay, I'm wondering if there's some kind of an event back there at that building or something happened. But I'm not chasing ambulances. That's not what I do. Alright. Let's go see what's up. Let's go see what's up on the National Mall. The Park Police. There were 500 federal police, including FBI and Park Police, that were deployed last week to help in the law enforcement efforts. I think we'll go. Oh shit. Oh my god, y'all. Anyone who wants to contribute to my ticket fund, because I think I just got one. Oh, nuts. I think I just got one. That's just, you guys, that stinks. I did it. I totally did it. I can't even contest it. I was trying to decide which way I wanted to turn. So we're up here next to the Smithsonian and the Museum of Science. I think that one is right there. That has not been open the entire time I've been coming down here for all this. I'd love to go and see what that building looks like inside. Smithsonian is closed for possibly the next decade, getting updates, badly needed updates, upgrades, updates. There's the National Museum of Art. Let's go. Cut over. And go down the National Mall. I don't want to do that. That takes you underneath. Ooh, I'm so glad I didn't do that. Okay. There was David's tent. We'll see that in a minute. Oh my God, Jerry, I'm telling you. I get to pay more for my tags this month because I split up the payment because our tags are so ridiculously expensive in Maryland that you can only afford to do 1 year, and you even need to split up the payment on that. And now I'm gonna add a ticket to it. Just what I don't need. I love it. Prayerfully, it wasn't working today, maybe. We'll see. All right. Oh, good. I think we can go right here today. They had it blocked off the other day. So now we're on the National Mall. Look at this great big grassy area surrounded by buildings and museums. A lot of our Smithsonian museums are down here that are free for everyone to enjoy. You can see David's tent over there, the white tent, which has been on the mall, allowed to stay on the mall too for years now, years and years. We got to be friendly with some of them during the 1776 encampment, and they even came down to the vigil a couple times. So some of the people who preach there and play music there. And our friend Debbie, she goes there and does music and singing sometimes, which is so great. Here's the Smithsonian, and you can see the construction going on, some of the construction. So they won't be open for quite a while. But I used to go in there on a regular basis because you could use the restroom there and get good maps too for the area while we were all getting used to the lay of the land. I know, Lorraine, I'm telling you. I do and I don't. It all morphs, you know. Are they open? Smithsonian Arts and Industries building. No. Building is temporarily closed. Still closed. I've never been in there, I don't think. I really want to go in. It just looks like an amazing building. Here's the Hirshhorn Museum, and this was that sunken sculpture garden. And I don't know what they're putting up in here now. No idea. But they've been doing work outside of the Hirshhorn for a long time. Not one of my favorite displays in there. Not at all. It seems very woke to me. That's all I can say. So far, I haven't seen any park police, but I haven't really seen much reason why we would. You know, I don't see any events or protests. Most of them would usually be wound up by this time of the day anyway, winding up. But then sometimes you have those displays like the flags that get planted on the mall, etc. I haven't seen many of those this summer. The museums are getting ready to let out at 5 when they close. But oh boy, if you haven't... Now, I have not been to the new Air and Space Museum since they reopened, and I would really like to. But I might wait for my folks to do that. We'll see. Hey, Jericho. Yes, happy Liberation Day. You see a lot of Escalades and Somebody's in the museum. But this is all pretty normal. I actually don't see any police right now. Yeah, Jericho, we've been driving around for hours. I've been showing people some of the homeless tents and where some of the encampments used to be that have been cleared out, like over near the REI store. And but there's still, and then I've been showing everybody the trash that's absolutely everywhere. And you know, just trying to, I'm not trying to put a down side to DC. I'm trying to show everybody the real reality of it and why President Trump is doing, you know, declaring a liberation day for our nation's capital, because it's needed. It's so needed. How the DC mayor was not doing anything about DC's crime rate. Absolutely, Jericho. Absolutely. And I was telling everybody too, prayerfully, we're going to see the goon squad get cleaned up, because every conservative has been heckled by the goon squad, and you know, we've been stalked and heckled and defamed and put through hell by these crazy far leftist Satanists, whatever they are. And you know, we're not the only ones. Congressional members have been, and every, you know, any conservative in DC has been heckled to death by these people. And prayerfully, we're going to see that cleaned up. Now, this is new. The cones along here, I'm not sure what that's about. It might be because of the flooding, because they had the 13-year-old boy in Washington Heights wound up with we had a huge heavy rain a couple weeks ago, and 13-year-old boy went down, got swept down the drain, and they tried to save him, and they couldn't save him. So I don't know what these cones are for, except to maybe make sure that if a heavy rain comes through, people stay away from those drains. It's the only reason I can think they're there. Because there's those big giant drains right there. I am hands-free, goons. Mind your business. That's called grasping for straws, knowing that how much illegal stuff they've been doing. Don't even bother. It's so weak compared to everything you've done. Judge Jeannie, she's gonna get you, Janine. But somebody just got the finger. These women are not, I think they're homeless. She is still giving them the finger. And they actually are slowing down. What do they think they're going to do to this woman? What do you think you're going to do to those two old ladies that are homeless? What do you think you're going to do? What's up with that? They're from Massachusetts. Like, why are they messing with those old ladies that are probably homeless? Do you see how many umbrellas she had sticking out of that bag that was made out of a tarp? Now he's looking back at me. What in the hell were they doing to those old ladies? That's crazy. stuff sometimes down here, I'm telling you. Patriot Roy, drop your ballot off for our city council election. Awesome. Way to go, buddy. Thanks, Jericho. So, I haven't seen any police, but I haven't seen any reason why we would have either. You know, as far as the park police on the mall. And then right when I say that, kind of smoky there. There's the District Federal Courthouse, which y'all are familiar with. There's our nation's capital over here. What a gorgeous day. Oh my gosh, it's so pretty. Oh, now Union Station. Let's go take a ride over there. You remember they removed all the homeless people from Union Station when Biden was going to have his State of the Union. And we don't know where they put everybody. I don't think I saw them come back, quite frankly. I'm trying to see it. Can I go left here? I hope so. Just trying to show y'all all the pockets that you know would be in your vicinity if you came to visit DC. And also I've been showcasing Jericho, the ones that we drove by on a regular coming into DC and leaving DC, coming in for the vigil and for the encampment on the mall with 1776. So we've been all over the place. I think the tents near George Washington University, that tent encampment that was on that grassy hill, is gone. That was like a whole block long of them, but it was a very clean one. Like they had their own security and rules and regulations and kept it clean, and like there was a hierarchy there at that encampment. But I am concerned, you know, what is going to happen to the people as they're you know, moved out. I'm praying that they're going to be brought to you know, to where they can get the services that they need. Which means we also need more services as a part of this plan, this liberation plan. If we're going to move the homeless people, we got to make sure we're giving them the services that they need. Oh, right. Look at that. Yeehaw. Nice. And then you get your random fly wave. Sweet, y'all. Yeah, it's going to be a problem, Jericho. It really is. But you remember all the tents that used to be around here? Oh, no, look. There's the protest there. 24/7 until impeached or removed by we the people. Not this people. There's that we the people movement, you guys, that is totally not about we the people. I looked into it because I thought, you know, wouldn't it be better if we all came together and didn't have so many different organizations trying to stand up for our constitutional republic? And I came across this we the people. And there's several different we the people groups, but the one that was making the most noise was not about our constitutional republic. It sort of sounded like it was, but then they had some things in there that you were like, oh, actually this is in disguise of a woke agenda. So, but you remember there used to be all the homeless. There's some of our bike officers over there. And there used to be, you know, encampments and and homeless and drugs, etc. around the fountain there. And all that's gone. They've managed to keep it from coming back. It was removed for the Biden State of the Union address. That was a total joke, and people were like, they're just going to come right back, but they have not been able to return. I did see some. I came down after that, and I did see some, but today, right now, I see none. And I would imagine at this point it's going to stay that way. So there's. Remember when they did the graffiti all on the fountain and everything, and now you will get in great big trouble for graffiti on our statues, on our historic monuments and statues. So I'm really grateful for that. Hey, MAGA Warriors, what's up? Actually, I want to go this way. So there's Union Station. Amtrak police is there. I've not seen that before. I wonder if that's part of the upgraded security. Yes, Pittsburgh needs to be under the same order. I agree. We got motorcycle police. Are they just going in to fuel up? Oh, there's a protest. Small protest going on. Let's go see what that's all about. I hear whistles. Ugh. Cringe every time I hear them. Let's go turn around and see what that's all about. Same old. Probably. I may have to go up one block and then come down. That'd probably be the best thing to do, but not all the blocks are square. They angle too, so you can't always get back to where you wanted to be. No, because we want to be going in that direction. Alright, I gotta turn around. I mean, what else are you going to do? I don't even know that that's illegal. People do it all the time. Those creepy little stalkers watch our every word. I know. But their day is done. This whole thing with Trump and what he's doing, it's going to clean them up too. It's going to absolutely clean them up too, because nobody's going to stand for it. It's not going to be allowed anymore. Mayor Bowser hasn't done anything about it, so Trump is. Thank God. Like he said, it's like a return for common sense. Thank goodness. I'm gonna That's part of Union Station or what, but look at that scaffolding. That's quite a system, isn't it? Every single floor. Wow. Oops, winning. Jerry said yes. One again. Yeah, it's illegal to stalk and harass people. It is illegal. I think they're saying our city. The police over here. Sounds like the usual goons. Paid actors. All right, flag ready. Y'all ready? Here we go. Abolish ICE. They want to abolish ICE. Oh, you guys, as soon as that light turns to green, we're going to get lively. White supremacists work here. They are Nazis. That's right. Get ready. Trump, 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 Trump! Trump, 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 Trump! They're thinking I'm yelling for them. All you can smell is weed too. So unfortunately, like, I'm yelling and I'm like, get their freaking smoke too. The stupid paid potheads. I mean, I don't care. Be a pothead. I just don't want to smell it. That's hysterical. Should we go do it again? Woohoo! They might throw poo at me. They already put cat poo and scratched and egged my car, my van, right? Jerks. Losers. That was fun. Get your random protest in. Got a random protest in, y'all. Protesting the protesters.
Sorry, I didn't understand.
Oh, it's because I was laughing. Annapolis, Maryland.
Sure, Annapolis. Let's go. Head east onto C Street
And they're,
Northeast.
you guys, they're all the,
Then
they're
turn
all,
left onto 6th Street Northeast.
they're always the same ones. They're just always the same ones. Is that Mud Pigs Piglets coming in looking for snacks? Corn cobs and snacks? Good yells, y'all. We did good. That was good. Cannon fodder. I'm just scrolling back while we're at a stop here. That's pretty cute. Who wouldn't want their city safer? That's how you know they're paid bad actors, because they're just being stupid. They just want their paycheck. The $200 paycheck.
Slight right onto Maryland Avenue Northeast. Continue for 2 miles.
I mean, there's a part of me that doesn't mind being right in the middle of things, you know, but it's not quite our city yet. It's getting there. Thank God. And when I say our city, I mean we the people, you know, people who have moral decency and want safe places to go. He was looking in the mirror, cheering. Oh my gosh, isn't it beautiful though? It's a beautiful day. I don't know. I mean, there's a lot of beautiful cities out there, but I just think this is a lovely, lovely place. The buildings are pretty. The townhomes and everything are charming. Most people have their yards really nice. There's flowers and trees and grassy squares for people to hang out in and playgrounds for the kids, and our nation's capital should be safe. It just should be. And I mean, do you love it? This is like all the people who stalk us and the goon squad. They're like, get out! This is our home. We live here, and yet they don't want to see their city safe. And they'd rather have it overrun by criminals and not have ICE protect them. You know, it's crazy. Crazy. All right, we're getting ready to go by that square again where there's all kinds of drug deals and all kinds of hanging out, smoking, whatever. Going by there again. And then I'll bring you by another place. We already drove by it, but I've been there where I went back around the building to try to get the police because there was a man who was losing his skull. I mean, just absolutely out of his mind. And he was definitely a danger to himself and to others. And I went around to the back of the place to get the police that were there, and it was just like nothing but a thing for them in this area. Just so sad. that's awesome, Lorraine. You're gonna have a great time in Ocean City. We had fun when I was there. And that the marlin fishing tournament, y'all, is still going on. And Magic Johnson caught a great big marlin, didn't he? With his team on his boat. That's wild. Woke mobs there for Orlando Labor Day. Oh, just nice families. I had a good time. I think even the woke mobs let down their hair when they're in Ocean City. They're not in Ocean City though. They're Rehoboth and Bethany. Fenwick Islands. Ocean City is for the we the people. No, it's all we the people, y'all. Now, come on now. I love all those places. Y'all don't forget to hit that like button for me. It sure does help. If you haven't become a member yet, memberships help. And please be sure to share out the posters for the live auctions, my handmade jewelry and decorations, and participate if you can. It all helps me to continue with my independent media efforts as well. It all works together, and I can't do it without you. This is my small business, and I'm loving being an entrepreneur. And quite frankly, I'm enjoying not working in the recovery coaching field that I was in. I'm enjoying being more creative. And I'm just so grateful for the opportunity to be able to do this. So this area is definitely sketchy. But I drove by it every day coming down to the vigil. And before that, supporting the let's go there. Okay, that's what it was. Supporting the 1776 on the National Mall. Car wash. Nice. No turn on red. Okay. What I want. Amber Rose, hello, good to see you.
Take the next right onto Lyman Place Northeast, then turn right onto Bladensburg Road Northeast.
And with the memberships, you get absolutely no extra perks.
Feet, turn right onto L Street Northeast.
Except for the bumble emoji, because I don't know what I'm doing. But we have them, and everything helps. So, but don't expect a whole lot of extra things right now until I can figure out how to do all that, because honestly, I can't figure it out. I don't know. I've been live streaming through Prism, so I might not be using Prism anymore, because now they want a paid membership, or they want you to pay for their services, and I can't figure out even how much it costs.
Northeast, then turn right onto Bladensburg Road Northeast.
So, so I might be just going to directly live streaming and video through YouTube. I mean, live streaming through YouTube, which then therefore I probably would be able to use the memberships and stuff and do special things with that. So I'm just gonna have to relearn that, I guess. I don't know. But I'm grateful to all my members who have gotten nothing for their extra efforts except the joy of knowing that they're helping me, and I'm so grateful. And the bumble emoji. Oh my gosh, y'all. What can I say? I'm on the super slow learning curve, you know, for all of this.
In 400 feet, turn right
But
onto
I
K
love
Street
it. I love doing this. I really do.
Right, turn right onto K Street Northeast.
I love bringing y'all with me. So this is the other area. I would stop sometimes at the Aldi and grab some cheese or some kind of a snack before going to the corner if I didn't have time for dinner or whatever. And everybody was always very nice, but it's over here at the Safeway. People are nice here too, for sure. But the Safeway and Dollar Tree and all around this little shopping area, look at all the dirt in the gutter there, all the trash, is just,
use the left 2 lanes to turn left onto
it's very
Benning Road
lively
Northeast.
right here. Is that a good way to put it? It's very lively. And you'll see why in a minute, because this will bring it full circle. This will be our last stop for our why Trump has declared Liberation Day today, and liberation for our nation's capital from the less than pristine shape that it's been in. Aldi's does have good deals, but I'm also wary of some of their items, truly. All right, come on, honey. The light turned and then she started walking. And she does not have the go-ahead. She doesn't seem like she's got clear thinking going on there. So down here, this sort of brings it full circle for those of you that have been riding with me, is the laundromat. And the McDonald's is over there next to it, where I told you there's all kinds of shenanigans that go on. People hang out there at the day, but especially in the evening as well.
At the light, use the left 2 lanes to turn
Here's
left
the
onto
McDonald's
Benning
over
Road
here.
Northeast.
You can see with the sun, and the Safeway's on around the back. Here's the Dollar Tree, and people hanging out on the wall over there. And there's just, you know, all kinds of shenanigans that go on here. There's usually police in the parking lot, so that's not new. But this is just one of those areas where, you know, you keep your head on a swivel. But these are Americans too, and they're just, you know, people got tripped up into their addictions, or see, there's police in front of us. We have 2 police cars back there.
At the light, turn left onto Benning Road Northeast.
And checks cash, China Walk Chinese food, T-Mobile, AutoZone, tobacco, Foot Locker. Someone's being interviewed over here by a podcaster, and the police are staying close by. I'm not sure what happened there, but was trying to see who he was. I can't tell. You know, here's a family. They look decent, you know, and they're just coming here to do their shopping, and they should be safe. They should feel safe. They should feel safe. Hey, what y'all think about Trump wanting to make everything safer in DC? You think that's pretty good? Me too, because you think he's going too far? I mean, it's going to be strange having more of a police presence or the National Guard if they do that, but I'd like to see us safer. I'd like to see your beautiful family safe. All right, God bless you. Take care. They were a cute family. Aw, nice. So, you know, it's usually you see all kinds of people hanging out on this corner over here where the laundromat is, and all around this this McDonald's. You know, I've driven by here at times when there's people all up and down the street, and I'm like, you know, watching somebody nodding out, and it's like, all I do is keep my eye on them while I'm driving by, especially over here, like at this little bus stop too, when it was cold and everything. And it's like, geez, I only have 2 Narcans on me. Would it even be enough, you know? But you call 911 and then they've got Narcan on them too. But I always carry Narcan on me, you guys. Always. Always. Because I don't look down on anyone. But for the grace of God, there goes I. There go I. But for the grace of God, there go I. So,
at the light, turn right onto Bladensburg Road Northeast.
And we're back on this corner again. See how it has the waterfall wall over there, and Martin Luther King. Isn't that nice? It's a beautiful square. Just all kinds of shenanigans going on. Shenanigans. But you know, for the drug dealers and the people who are pimping out, who are trafficking and being trafficked, you know, where's it gonna go? Where's it gonna go? 2 police officers, and we're stuck in this lane. Come on. Thank you. Thank you. 2 police officers on them. They're both wearing bulletproof vests. It's like general standard dress down here for the officers. And they are now Metropolitan DC police are now under the authority of Attorney General Pam Bondi, which I think is great. And one of the trolls earlier said something about, oh no, graffiti. I bring up graffiti because President Trump said that the graffiti is going to be cleaned up too. And oh goodness. Bless her heart. So scary just crossing the street here. I mean, yeah, that's true, Amber. You can educate, be parents, educate your children and be parents. And, but, unfortunately, the statistics, we have it that there's a large majority of single black women raising their children in inner city. And a lack of presence of fathers, being around. And so, then it's like, once your kids go off to school, you got the school trying to transgender them and teaching them God only knows what. Look at that chopper. Oh, dude. Have that little peanut tank that might get you around the block. I don't know. That was a trip. That thing was just stripped down little chopper. It was almost a bicycle, but it was a motorcycle. That was crazy. So, and then we're back over here at the Arboretum. And also there's the cemetery over here that I've always wanted to go in and see kind of what that one's about. It's got a lot of big crypts in it. History in cemeteries. And I don't have a morbid fascination for cemeteries. It's interesting to, read the history and stuff. My breakfast plate's driving me crazy. And then you got the social media, which is enough to kill anybody, because you got the stupid trolls who would rather people feel bad about themselves or be shamed or whatever, and then the suicide rates go up. I mean, it's like it's hell for parents, it's hell for kids. It's
in a quarter mile, use the right to
craziness.
To turn right onto US 50 East, New York Avenue.
I think good parents have it tough too, because of all these influences once their kids leave their house. But I wish you guys, and from fathering children, they're not willing to help. I agree. Honestly, I mean, how about just the media, like TV, commercials, magazines, movies, and you, all the influences from that, the music, the influences from that. It's crazy. And they push sex. So it's like, have the young men be more responsible, but have the young women be more responsible too. Which, of course, I'm not talking about crime. I'm not talking about assaults and things like that. That's never a victim's fault, in my opinion. Stay sober, kids. Stay sober. You have a lot less chance of jackpots if you're sober. You have a lot less chance of getting tripped up in the underworld if you're sober. Be aware of your surroundings at all times. Make America moral again. Exactly, Jericho. You just summed it up.
At the light, use the right to
M.A. Mama.
US 50 East,
Mama.
New York Avenue Northeast.
Make America moral again. I like it. This poor girl. She's got all of her stuff in 2 grocery bags and 2 backpacks. I mean, that's all she has. It's like so sad. Yep, the tent's still there in the median. There are a lot of good fathers that aren't allowed to see their children because women like play games. Right. There's just a lot of evil. It's sad. I think the answer to that is more God-centered. People, the revival that we're seeing in the church and in Jesus and becoming more God-centered. We, keep putting our energies into that. But what I was trying to do today is just showcase, what President Trump was talking about. I was just able to make a live stream for all these hours of just some of the pockets of Washington, D.C. and what President Trump is talking about that needs to be cleaned up. So, I mean, look at all this garbage, you guys. I mean, the garbage is the very least of our problems, but I like what he said about his father said, you know, don't ever eat in a restaurant if the front door is not clean, because it means they don't have a clean kitchen. I like that. Which is also 50. And starting our trek back to Annapolis. And boy, is this better way to go out of DC than 295 to 50, that's for sure. At this time of the day, 295 is backed up. Oh my God, my breakfast plate is driving me crazy. It needs to be washed too, which really drives me crazy.
In a quarter mile, keep right to continue on US 50 East.
But when I saw President Trump's Liberation Day today, I mean, I packed it up quick and just said, let's go to DC and show everybody what he's talking about.
Keep right to continue.
I pray I was able to do that well enough. And I pray that y'all will share this out so that more people who maybe don't understand what he's talking about will be able to see this and understand what he's talking about. I mean, look at all this garbage, y'all. It's crazy. Our nation's capital is just like garbage piled up on the side of the roads. Crazy. Why can't they do an adopt a block or something like they do for the highways? You know, do an adopt a block where the companies, you know, come out and clean, or that's their responsibility to, and they get to have their free advertisement for their name on the adopt a block sign, like they do for the highways. Sponsor a highway? How about sponsor a block in DC? Thank you so much, Amber Rose. I love you, honey. You take care of yourself. And we're officially out of DC now and in Prince George's County of Maryland. Washington DC tour on President Trump's Liberation Day. Thank you so much, Amber Rose. Oh, I appreciate it. Traffic is really not bad. I'm like amazed. At 5:18 on a Monday afternoon, this is pretty amazing. There's the metro over there. If you can see it. Thank you so much to my mods that have been here all day too, because the trolls certainly have hung out and kept y'all busy. God bless you. Thank you for your help. Oh, Darlene, I can't imagine. I'm so sorry. That's so sad. Yeah, but it's got to be so hard to be parents in this day and age, truly. It's got to be so hard. A lot of influences. her loss, but it does hurt. Yes. Oh my gosh. Yeah, that hurts a lot. Can't even imagine. Oh man, we used some gas, y'all. I will be having another live auction this week with more handmade jewelry and fall decorations and items, all handmade by GloryBee. I pray that when I put the posters up that y'all will share those out for me. We can get more people to come in and support the live auctions and find some unique gifts for themselves and for others. That helps me. The whole thing works together to keep the channel going, and to keep the channel going. The channel helps the auction keep going, and this is my small business, and I can't do it without y'all. It is in need of support big time, as things have changed and morphed since the end of the vigil, etc. So I appreciate you all. If you want to help, you can definitely do that and get some nice things in the process. Tire, look at this tire on the side of the road there with a, and now we're in Maryland, so what does that say for Westmore? Yeah, it's horrible. The kids do suffer terribly too, in situations where they're divorced from their families, grandparents, no choice of their own. You're welcome. Thank you all so much for being here. I just appreciate each and every. It's been 3.5 years. 3.5 years since oh ow. You guys, every time that it's getting worse. Do y'all remember that coming home every night from that hurt my back. It's gonna compress my spine. I'm gonna be short. Oh my gosh. Shorter than I am. Oh my word. I'm going to cut this off now, and I just pray that all of you have a beautiful evening. Make sure we're getting out there and voting locally. Doing what we can in our own space to keep this America beautiful. All right, I'm gonna hop off here. Thank you so much, Jerry and Carol, and I appreciate y'all. Have a great evening, and share this out so that more people understand why Trump declared today Liberation Day. Thank you so much, Beverly. Love to you and Doug. Darlene, Lorraine, have fun in Ocean City. Have a blast. Carrie, have a great evening. Oh my gosh, I don't think I've addressed every one of you, but I love you. Stalkers think they're immune. No, those stalkers have messed with every single conservative for too long, and it's going to get cleaned up, and that's a beautiful thing. I feel that today is Liberation Day for us as well, Jericho. I really do. Justice comes. It comes in many different forms. So, hallelujah. Grateful for Liberation Day. I'm tired of looking over my shoulder. How dare they intrude on someone else's life the way they've intruded in on ours? How dare they? Scum. Absolute scum. But justice has come. It's coming. and it always does. So glory be to God. I love y'all. God bless you. Have a great evening, and I will see you later.